Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to order. A little housekeeping as we begin our meeting today. Please be aware that this meeting is being broadcast via the internet. So at any time, any of us, including some of you in the audience, and of course here myself, can be visible to anyone watching online. Also, as a reminder, please silence your cell phones. We have cell phone Gestapo that will be coming around to confiscate your cell phone if it were. Just kidding. Alice is in charge of that. Members, as you know, Governor Perry recently appointed John Steen to our board. John is an attorney from San Antonio who recently served as the 108th Texas Secretary of State. He is Vice Chairman of the University of Texas San Antonio Development Board, an Executive Committee member of the Chancellor's Council of the UT System, a trustee of the Texas State History Museum Foundation, and a member of the Philosophical Society of Texas. He is a past trustee and Vice Chairman of the San Antonio Community College District, now Alamo Colleges, and a past trustee of Austin College. He has served the state as a member of the Texas Commission on Economy and Efficiency in State Government, Commissioner and Chair of the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission, and Commissioner of the Texas Department of Public Safety. John received his A.B. cum laude from Princeton in 1971 and his law degree from Texas Law School in 1974. Please join me in welcoming John to the board. John, you're welcome to say a few words if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just very pleased to be here, and thank you for the very thorough orientation that I got yesterday. It was 3 hours, and I appreciate, I know how busy you are, that you took the time to do that, and I appreciate that Vice Chair Jenkins also did, and Dr. Paredes and the rest of the staff. And I know I've got a lot to learn, and I'm just glad to be here and be able to contribute.
Excellent. Well, welcome, and we look forward to your deep knowledge and skills in helping us move higher education forward in Texas. On Friday of last week, Governor Perry also appointed Jacob Monty of Houston to our board. Unfortunately, Jacob had a prior conflict and was unable to attend today's meeting, so we'll do his formal introduction at our April board meeting. This morning, we also have some new presidents and chancellors in the audience. Dr. Dwayne Nellis, Texas Tech University. Dwayne, welcome. Glad you're here. Get those guns up, huh? Quint Thurman, Sul Ross State, is the interim president. Is Quint with us this morning? All right. Mark Hussey, is that correct? Texas A&M, interim president. No está aquí. All right, and Dr. Kenneth Evans, new president at Lamar. Is he here? Welcome. We also have, I believe, two retiring presidents. Dr. Ann Stewart with Texas Women's University. If I was retiring, I wouldn't show up. Dr. Lane Rollins, University of North Texas. Anyway, we wish both of them well in their retirement and future endeavors. Members, the second item is for approval of the minutes from the October board meeting and the board retreat. Do I have a motion for the approval of the minutes from the October 24th, 2013 board meeting?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries.
Oh, Mr. Chair, just
Yes.
I hate my first vote to be an abstention, but since I wasn't here, it probably wouldn't be appropriate for me to vote on minutes of a meeting that I didn't attend. So.
No problem.
Thank you. I saw it.
Please note that it was not unanimous. We did have one abstention. Do I have a motion for the approval of the minutes from the December 12th, 2013 board retreat?
Move approval.
Second.
There's no further discussion. All those in favor with the abstention?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Next is the consent calendar for the entire meeting. The consent calendar includes controversial items, or excuse me. Yeah, we put all the non-controversial items that we think can be approved without comment or discussion. This allows us to save time for other items that need more of our attention. However, I want to encourage members to be judicious in adding any items to the consent calendar and to be mindful of any items that may warrant discussion for the benefit of our stakeholders and the general public who are in the audience today or tuning in online. Of course, any board member can consent that a request that an agenda item be removed from the consent calendar. That gives us the opportunity to discuss it fully later in the meeting. Does any member want to remove any item or items on the consent calendar? Does any member want to add any items to the consent calendar?
Mr. Chair, I have just a quick explanation of how things end up on the consent calendar or the consent list.
Very good. The consent items, again, as I said earlier, generally include non-controversial items that there has not been any negative response. Linda, do you want to give the staff actually comes up with the consent?
Good morning. Generally, as the chairman said, any non-controversial issues, typically at the committee level, rules can be placed by a member on the consent calendar that doesn't have any comments, public comments, during the Texas Register public comment period. And all of those that were on consent at the committee level typically will then come over on consent for the board.
I'm just trying to understand, are they run by the chairman before you put them on the consent list?
Yes, they are.
The chairman does review all of the agenda materials prior to publication.
Thank you very much.
And at any time, any board member that has any concern can ask that those items on the consent calendar be moved to the regular calendar. Okay?
Right.
David?
So do you need a motion to approve the?
Yeah, so and any member can ask that something be added. We generally, as courtesy, if it has received any public comments, do not add those. And if staff has a presentation or staff feels like a more detailed description of that needs to take place to educate the board, we generally have not added those. So at times we've had particular items that didn't receive comment, but staff felt like we really need to give a public viewing of this. The board needs better education, and as a courtesy, we've asked, we've basically said we need to go ahead and listen to what staff has to say about this, so we truly understand the issue, and it's presented in a public and open forum.
And there may be an item that is non-controversial, but our stakeholders may have an interest in those discussions.
Good. Well, I was going to move approval.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay. Next item is 9A. We're taking this item out of order so that students can make it to class. We will now turn it over to Janelle Shepard, Chair of the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success.
Need a microphone. Okay, item 9C is recognition of selected winners of the Generation Texas Week Take the Challenge social media contest. So Gen Tex Week was held November 18 through 22 last year. As you know, Gen Tex Week includes 3 Take the Challenge contests, including a $1,500 scholarship video contest, a high school star award, and the top 10 most inspiring teacher awards. So today we have a group of outstanding educators and students who were part of this effort. Dr. Gerald Booker, here he is, Senior Director of Education Quality and Special Programs, will present this item and introduce our awardees.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Chairman Hahn, members of the board, thank you. My name is Jarrell Booker. I'm Senior Director of Educator Quality and Special Projects. I'm excited to be here today to present the winners of the Gentex Awards. Many of you are familiar, Gentex is a major initiative of the agency dealing with creating a college-going culture, using social media to actually do that. So we thought this time we'd create a challenge, take the challenge, where we ask students to create their own video. Use social media to promote going to college, and what are you doing to prepare yourself for college? What sort of classes are you taking? How are you preparing for financial aid? And we have a number of people here today. One is the student that won the video contest. We also have a school that during Gentex Week, which was in November, got the most applications in the state for going to college. And then we have a number of teachers that we're going to recognize today that were the most inspiring teachers. All the students submitted applications saying, my teacher has inspired me to go to college, and we have a few of them here today. 10 won in the state. We have probably 6 of them here today to recognize. So I appreciate this opportunity. So first, I'm going to introduce Hannah Martinez. She's actually the Take the Challenge video contest winner. We have a quick 3-minute video of her, and we'll go ahead and play that video, then I'll call Hannah up.
Hannah is very humble. She's extremely quiet, but she has a passion.
Hannah, as a sister, is very enthusiastic and passionate. She's very sweet and caring and considerate.
Her work ethic is great. She picked some of the advanced level classes just so that she would start to prepare for college. The contest theme of Take the Challenge was a great fit for Hannah.
The inspiration for my video came from pretty much everything that I've been through in my high school career. So I've done everything from athletics to different clubs, and I kind of wanted to put all of that into the video to show that to prepare for college, there's a lot of different things that you need to be involved with.
I was always careful at a very young age to instill that in their minds, that there's a purpose to learning, a purpose to life.
Each 6 weeks we give the students some options for different video projects, and Shannon Hallmark, that I co-teach this class with, gave the students the Generation Texas Take the Challenge contest. And as soon as she told the students about the video, Hannah started working on hers immediately, especially when she knew it was for a scholarship.
Well, one of the quotes that I had in my video is, we are able, we are reaching, we are ready, and that was kind of just to show that you have to know within yourself that you're ready, and you have to have drive inside of you.
Just watching the entire video was very special. We are a national model school for Jostens commitment to graduate, and seeing our philosophy of being committed to the success of a student portrayed in a student's creation is just the ultimate high for a principal.
In the video, you see that, the whole thing's about passion, right? It's about hope and service. So I think if she continues in that mindset, that she's a citizen of a global society and she follows her heart.
After I graduate college, I want to be able to travel the world and make videos and take pictures and show them to the world. So hopefully we can create awareness for different situations that people are in around the world.
Hannah has inspired me to go to college because her passion for video making makes me want to pursue my passion and what I feel I'm called to do.
I know that she's going to make a great impact in wherever she goes.
Because of her determination and passion, other people see that and see that if you want something and you set your mind to it, you can do it.
Just shows that with support and with guidance and with the resources and opportunities, we can really have a major impact on our students and their futures.
Congratulations, Hannah. We're proud of you.
Hannah is very humble. She's extremely quiet, but she has a passion.
Hannah gets a twofer on the video. Before I call Hannah up, I just want you all to know that the idea behind the video challenge was kids know how to reach kids better sometimes than adults do. And we asked them to not only create the video, but to put it out in their social media network. So Hannah, they had to do likes on YouTube, so people had to get people to see the video, which would be more than what we may actually have to do. Twitter accounts. She got on her Twitter account and Facebook. So Hannah had thousands of people looking at a video from just one high school student without us even having to do anything. So we're really excited about that. So what I want to do is call Hannah Martinez up from Byron Nelson High School, and her parents and her sister.
Hi. I just want to say, good morning. I just want to say thank you very much for providing this opportunity, not just to me, but to every young adult in Texas. Your organization, Generation Texas, is a true gift to us because it puts a light in us to be able to reach a lot of different people, not just around the state, but around the country. Over the past few years, I've had the opportunity to become involved with many Hispanic and Latino leaders. And one specifically, Pablo Schneider, he's an editor for Latino magazine, and someone that I've gotten to know personally. A statistic that he's shared is that in the next 100 million Americans, 2/3 of those will be Hispanic. And the dropout rate for Hispanics is over 50% before graduating high school. So this is a really alarming statistic, and your organization and people like you who help put us into higher education is very vital, and it helps lower that statistic. I just want to say that my faith is the reason that I'm here. Without strength and ability that I found in Christ, I wouldn't have made it this far at all. And I'd also like to say thank you to my family. They've been here for me through a lot, and we've been through a lot together, and it means a lot to me that you are here. I just want to say thank you again to all of you and to Generation Texas, along with my family, and to the Texas Higher Education Board. This award means a lot to me because it's a message that brings hope, and it has the power to lead us all to a better place. This opportunity symbolizes a catalyst inside of me to help teach and encourage others, because we can start to improve not only the state of Texas, but also the country. Thank you.
Congratulations.
So, Hannah, tell us your plans. What are your plans?
My plans? Well, after I finish the next few months of high school, I will hopefully be attending either the University of Southern California, Chapman University, or George Mason University, and I want to study video and film, which is goes right along with the video contest, which I was really excited about because there are not many scholarship opportunities like that. And after studying video and film and producing, hopefully I'll be able to, like I said, travel around the world and just show different perspectives from different cultures and people, specifically in the darker places of the world that we can help shine light onto and bring them to education and light and prosperity.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Other comments, members?
Would you introduce us to your family?
Oh, yes. This is my dad, Israel Martinez, my mom, Jennifer, and my little sister, Elizabeth.
And I just want to say to your parents, I know you're so proud of your daughter, and I just want to give accolades to you all for raising such a fine daughter.
Go ahead, Bobby.
I just want to say, obviously, great work, and I just want to say thank you. You get it, and the work that you're doing really does support the work that we're doing, and all of the state of Texas owes you a debt of gratitude and a real big thank you for great work done.
Thank you.
Hannah, you can go off anywhere you want to school, and you can travel the world. We want you back here in Texas.
Amen.
Your parents have gotten you this far. You have to come back. Well, again, congratulations, and I'm sure you will continue to be a shining star.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
For the next presentation during Gentex Week was the Star Award winner, which goes to the high school that had the most applications during Gentex Week. James Pace High School won the award. They had 100% of their students completing applications, and you will see from the video it's not an easy task. It's part of how they do their business, and what we teach in Gentex, it's about culture. So we'll play the video.
Gerald, before you start that, is Byron Nelson, is that in Fort Worth? Do they have a good golf team? Well, Byron Nelson High School, come on. Yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's appropriate. I thought the same thing. It better be.
All right. I'll bet it's well designed and well constructed then.
So,
go ahead, Gerald.
For James Pace High School, they actually require 8 applications from students. A lot of times the magic number is about 5 or 6, but they require 8 applications, and you'll see from the video how important it is there at James Pace High School in Brownsville.
At Pace High School, we educate students, graduate leaders, and empower the community.
So if someone feels that they want to be president of the United States, then here everyone's like, yes, go for it, you can do it. And they provide us with the resources necessary for us to achieve anything and everything we want.
Because Pace, it's a great school and we're doing great things. You know, our kids need to be recognized for this because all our kids will go to college. And that's a message we send out.
The students don't see college as a goal, they see it more as an expectation. Every single senior applied to at least 8 schools.
I hope to study at the University of Texas at Austin.
Top 10% of the class, and I've been accepted to Texas A&M.
UT Austin.
When I first learned that we won the Gentex Award, I was extremely and truly so proud of my students. They have worked extremely hard every single day, day in and day out, trying to apply to at least 8 colleges. It's really been initiated here at Pace High School with administration, our school principal, and the teachers and staff.
So this is what got us this award. I was extremely excited. We started making it more into a college atmosphere, climate, you know. That's one of the things that you walk in and go, okay, am I at a college, at a junior college?
Last semester we held a door contest here at Pace High School, and it was encouraged and initiated for every teacher to decorate their door with their college alma mater.
And when we make announcements, congratulations, Leo's got accepted to this university. So when you see him, make sure you give him a pat on the back. So we make that announcement in the morning, and then aside from that, we take their pictures and we post it in the College Hall of Fame, class of 2018. The fact that teachers bought into it, the entire community just bought into it, say, you know what, yes, we are a great school, we are a college for all.
The career I want to pursue after high school graduation is electrical engineering. They're having an opening here, it's called SpaceX, it's affiliated with NASA.
After getting my bachelor's of biology, I want to go into med school, and I want to get into radiology.
Chemical engineering. And ultimately, after I graduate from college, I want to become a cosmetic chemist.
Another big accomplishment here at Pace High School is that last year we had 100% of the senior class apply to colleges on the applytexas.org website. That was a really great accomplishment, and this year we are way ahead of where we were last year at this point in time, so we're very confident that we will reach that 100% very soon.
If you actually look into the students, you look into the teachers, the staff, the principal, they're actually very motivated to be successful. Many students here don't believe in themselves. They don't know the potential they have inside them. But all the teachers here, the principal always tells them you have the potential. All you have to do is believe in yourself. That's all you gotta do. And you'll show all those other people that you can do it. You can be successful.
We educate students, graduate leaders, and empower the community.
So if someone
everybody gets a little extra airtime. I'm excited. In a moment, I'm going to introduce James Pace High School, but I also want to point out, which I think is also special, is that James Pace is also one of the campuses for Advise Texas, another program that you all have put forward here at this agency. And it was good because Advise Texas are there to counsel these students and get the students to apply. So when it actually when you mix an Advise Texas advisor with a principal in a district that is committed to kids going to college, you see what they can actually do. So I'm excited to introduce James Pace High School. I know Area Assistant Superintendent Dr. Hernandez is here and Principal Longoria is here, and I'll let them kind of at least to come up front and let them kind of point out the other people who are here.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We wanted to bring the whole campus. Obviously, we were unable to. My name is Rose Longoria, and I am the proud principal at Pace High School. And I can just say how excited we are to be here. It's a huge honor to be, first of all, thank you for recognizing our efforts, because that means a lot to us. But it's a huge honor to be the first high school in Texas to receive the Generation Texas Star Award. I mean, we're really going to set the pace for everyone, right? We did not know about this contest. I did not know. And I want you to know that winning the contest is just the icing on the cake, because the expectation at Pace High School is that all our kids, all of us will be going to college. And it's something that we do every day. We recognize it every day. We recognize the efforts of the students. We announce it every day. And when I'm not there, Dr. Rita Hernandez will go in there and remind our students, remember, here we educate students, graduate leaders, and empower the community. So with that said, I can almost guarantee you that we'll be here next year again. Now that we know it's a contest, I mean, we're going to triple our numbers. And the kids know what the expectation that we give them out there is like, you know, I want you to minimum 8 colleges, because I want you to find the perfect fit for you. Okay, there's so much out there. You want to be able to choose where you want to be. Don't have them choose you. You choose them. So constantly with the efforts of all of us, and I want to introduce, like I said, Dr. Rita Hernandez, our area superintendent for Pace High School, Ms. Patty Garza, the senior principal, and Ms. Crystal Castañeda, she is our Advise Texas, and last but not least, our higher ed counselor, Mr. Rick Venegas. We all, including teachers, including the fine arts, the coaches, everyone, constantly remind kids about college. And when they come up to me and say, Ms. Longoria, they say, hey, we're getting you ready for college. Just remember that. We are getting you ready for college. Why is that class so hard? Because we're getting you ready for college. So again, thank you so much on behalf of BISD, Dr. Carl Montoya, our superintendent, and the entire Pace family. Thank you for recognizing our efforts.
Very good.
So obviously, congratulations. A quick question here. When in your program do you start talking about this? Are you starting, is this in the junior high, middle school level? Because it seems to those of us that have been struggling with this, that's where it really has to start. You can't wait until they're in the senior high school. Can you tell us more about how you're doing that? Absolutely.
I'm going to allow Dr. Rita to share a little bit. This is the vision that BISD has in whole. I remember that I was at an elementary. The minute that kids go into, like my own child, go into kinder, we're already talking about college. But I'm going to let her share some more information on that.
Thank you. Good morning. In Brownsville Independent School District, we're aligned by clusters, so elementaries feed to middles to feed to high. It's just a beautiful family that follows its way up. And it's something we start all the way in kindergarten and early childhood. Our elementary principals, in fact, some of her feeders, because she motivates her feeders, she's kind of their big push, as well as the district. And they refer to their teachers as Professor Hernandez, come to the office during your conference period. The banners are up in every elementary. The banners are up in every middle school. Every middle school has halls named after universities that feed into Pace High School and into Porter. So by the time they get to Pace, it's like, okay, we've already heard it. We've heard it. We believe it. It's our life now. We start talking to parents in early grades also about college and preparing for college. So it's kind of it's a way of life, and we're trying to change that because we understand what the statistics suggest, and these folks work tirelessly to change all that.
I want to
do college visits. University presidents go to Pace High School, from Dr. Gates to Lofton, who just left us, but has walked the halls of Pace High School, as well as the surrounding universities. Last year, we had 8 A&M systems presidents in Brownsville, and Pace High School is the first to bus the students to one location to hear them. The general commandant from A&M visited Pace High School. Pace and Porter next year are sending 2 chartered buses to Texas A&M University. That's a big expense for 2 Title I schools. But it's a commitment that these leaders have bought into. And this high school principal, along with the other high school principals, don't let their middle school or elementary feeders think anything other than that. And it's just something we've bought into. And I'm just so grateful to for you all for recognizing their efforts. And we invite the presidents that are back here that I saw. Come visit us in Brownsville.
Let me add that Mr. Venegas is our transitional counselor, and one of his duties is to go to the middle schools and start preparing the kids and talking to them about college and the expectation. We offer at our campus many dual enrollment classes, which is already an incentive for them. So by the time that a lot of our kids, a good chunk of our kids graduate, they already graduated with college hours. Right. And that's why is it difficult? Yes, but you're already taking college courses. So they already get a feel of it. And I mean, their mind is set, they know. And I'm not talking just about 5-10%, top 5 and 10. I'm talking about the entire school. All of us, we're all going to college, all of you guys. So it's something that we're very passionate about. Very passionate.
Oh, yeah.
First of all, you talk about being excited. You've got us excited. I mean, this is, we got to figure out how to bottle what you guys are doing and take it to the rest of the state. And I'm serious about that. Whatever you've got going, this formula, your passion, your enthusiasm to have the entire team. I mean, this is what this state needs, and we've got to figure out how to take that message to the rest of all of the other high schools. And I just cannot thank you enough for your leadership, the entire team's participation, the district's leadership. This is fabulous, fabulous work. And yeah, we're going to see you here next year because I know we're going nowhere but up.
It will be my sister schools because they're on it. They're like, oh gosh. Okay.
Great work.
Thank you so much.
We may have the whole Brownsville Independent School District here next year. Any other comments?
I have one. I want to ask how, obviously y'all are governed by our Board of Trustees, is that correct? Yeah. Okay, you obviously have to have a strong support from that Board of Trustees, because without that leadership somewhere on that board, which I don't know whether those people are here or listening today, it's very difficult for y'all to create this culture that you've created. And I can only imagine and echo what Bobby has said. Could you imagine where Texas would be if we could create this culture in every one of our high schools across this entire state? It would just be a matter of 10 or so years before we would be at the top. So, can you comment on the support and how you got the Board of Trustees to really help you create this new college-going culture?
Thank you. The district and the community has expected college for everyone. A few years ago, we had a community that was voted the most poverty-stricken community in the entire country. And we recognized back then as a district and as a community that, that's not a good award. It's not something you want to be recognized for, but there's definitely we have to do about it. And college-going culture has been from the top down in our district, from the board. We had a board president who's no longer with us who had dyslexia, so he kept saying everybody, everybody, everybody. And we owe great gratitude to him. He passed away recently, but he was one of the ones who was always challenging us from the board to make sure everybody goes. And they're all a very spirited board, and they're always very college bound and pro student. So that mission that's been our charge: provide the best and get them choices for college.
You guys are doing what we already have realized on this board from some of the prior reports that we've gotten, is that we know that the number one thing that leads kids to a college-going after high school is raising the expectations of those children at a very early age. The Asian population now is probably the ethnic minority that's probably has risen to the top, and it's not necessarily because they're innately more intelligent or necessarily work any harder. However, that's part of their culture, but it's the fact of the expectations that are raised by the parents of those children at a very early age. So y'all have obviously picked up on that. It's got to start in the home, and then it's got to continue forward. Unfortunately, some of the kids are not going to get it at home, but y'all realize that, have acknowledged that, and certainly have picked up the ball when it's handed to you. And I applaud you for this. I'm like Bobby. This excites me.
Thank you.
I had a couple of questions. Hannah, our previous award winner, indicated that 2/3 of the kids that are going to be born are going to be Hispanic, and Brownsville is obviously heavily Hispanic with a 50% dropout rate. What you're doing is just phenomenal. I mean, I don't know what your dropout rate is, but I would assume that it's substantially less than the norm.
She can share that with. She's the PEMS administrator.
That's one of my jobs, because of the fact that I'm a senior principal, is to make sure that we don't have school dropouts. And right now, Pace High School, we boast we have less than 1% of our students drop out of high school. So I think that we're doing a great job. And when we do have, of course, we're going to have our students, as Mr. Golden said, unfortunately, we do have families who don't follow their kids. So that's our job, and we take that job very seriously. So when our students stop coming to school, we figure out why, and we go out. We actually will go into our cars, whatever it takes, to go figure out why they're not at school. And if it's something that we can help, if it's an obstacle that's affecting their lives, then we go in and we help. We have social workers that work with our kids. We have a dropout specialist that works with our kids. A lot of times it's just they want someone to be aware of what's going on, and if they know that somebody cares and someone's going to be pushing them, then they will come back and they will work for us. And so, yes, we do have less than a 1% dropout rate.
That's outstanding, and of course we saw the banners of Notre Dame and A&M and USC and wherever. What about the young person that attends a community college or a technical college? Is that encouraged as well? There may be some young men and women that want other careers. Can you?
Hi. Yeah, I'm the college advisor at Pace High School, and so one of the main things that we really encourage is students finding their best fit school, whether that is a 2-year community college or a 4-year university or a technical degree as well. So we do really encourage them to find their best fit school, which is why we encourage them to apply to at least 8 colleges, because within those 8 colleges, they may receive different financial aid award letters, correct, different scholarship opportunities. It also depends if students want to stay in their region at home in the Rio Grande Valley, or if they want to leave out of state or somewhere further away. But definitely, we really encourage them to find their best fit school.
Well, I'm going to ask security to go ahead and take all of y'all into custody, and your job is going to be to move this throughout the state of Texas.
I think Alice had a comment.
Congratulations.
Sorry, Alice.
I just want to say congratulations, and I'm especially glad to hear that you have such a great relationship with Texas A&M. But know that, certainly the board and the state of Texas appreciates your dedication and service, because you're not just helping these students, attain a post-secondary education. You're changing their lives. And so that's, inspiring not only to them, but to all of us, certainly, to continue that work in the state. So thank you.
And I just sent an email to Michael Williams that it's now his job to make sure we clone this across the state. So, yeah. You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So, Ms. Longoria, have you all have done such a marvelous job. Have you ever written down the sort of the history and how-to manual?
My husband, I do a lot of pillow talk with my husband. He goes, you know what? One time you could write a book, of all the things that we do.
Why don't would you do that?
Absolutely.
In your spare time?
Sure.
That's a great idea.
I tell my parents and the students, remember, guys, I'm not an 8 to 5 person, but I'm more like a 6 to 10. So we're there a lot of hours. So it does take a lot of time, which my mom always told me, when you love what you do, you don't work a day in your life. So to me, it's not work. It's there because I'm passionate about what I do, and I want to make sure all of those students are my kids too, So I take it to heart, and I have an obligation with them. I have a commitment to that school, and I don't have the time to write right now, but if I ever do, I think I would love to. Absolutely.
Well, that would be such a great thing for the state if you could do sort of a how-to manual that we could get in the hands of other schools.
I do want to say that we have a lot of visitors from Texas that go into our campus. It happened when I was at the middle school. Now that I'm at that high school, we come and they visit to see the college, not only the college going culture, but also the instruction that's going on, because it's really not me, but the teachers that are out there that are making it happen. And we do get a lot of visitors, and you guys are welcome. Anytime that you want to go by and visit, I'll be more than glad to share ideas. You can pick my brain and let you know what we do there.
So I have a suggestion. We get Hannah to do a video documentary of what you're doing, and we get it on PBS, and we show them how we really do it in Texas.
David, possibly there's a way we can help them.
Yes.
Figure out how to get it reduced to writing with the coordinating board. Yes, sir.
One thing with BISD is one of our new slogans we came up with was "Believe in BISD." And for example, with me, I'm driving on the street and I see cars with our new sticker, and some cars have 2, 3 stickers, and it just kind of fills you with a lot of pride because we believe in our kids, we believe in our educators, we believe in our parents, in our community. We know where we come from, we know where we've been, but we know where we want to go. So it's just the belief in each other that we can succeed if we're together, if we're united. We can accomplish great things.
Well, excellent. We want to congratulate you again and just applaud your efforts. And we are going to get what you have and try to get it out to the rest of the high schools in the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
That's the way to get the meeting started, huh? Go ahead, Joe.
We have the last presentation. As we all know, the ultimate measure of a child's success or indicator of a child's success usually is their parents, which you can see from Hannah, and then the next are teachers and staff. So we have a Gentex Week 10 top most inspiring teachers, which we received, like I said, submissions from students all over the state who said why their teacher inspired them to go to college. So there were 10 teachers, 6 of them are here, so I'm going to at least announce all of them for the record, but at least for the 6, I'll just have them stand here, and I'm going to hand them the plaques and so forth. So Kristen Billow is an English teacher from Goliad High School, Victoria, Texas. Trisha Goodman, AP Calculus teacher, Cedar Ridge High School, Round Rock ISD. Drew Kloss, World History teacher, Fossil Ridge High School in Fort Worth, Texas. Connie Ramos, an avid program teacher in San Antonio, Texas. And for those who are here, please come right over here to the woman in the blue. We have Renee Carrillo, is a French teacher, United South High School, Laredo, Texas, which had a lot of submissions, so I'm not sure what's happening there at United South High School. Griselda Dozal, college prep teacher, United South High School, Laredo, Texas. And Jessica Escamilla, math teacher from Laredo, Texas. Gina Garcia, French teacher, Atkins High School, Austin, Texas. Amber James, media teacher, Chapel Hill High School in Tyler, Texas. And Lisa Love, audio-visual teacher, Irving High School in Irving, Texas. So these are the 6 who are here. These are considered 10 of the most inspiring teachers in the state of Texas for getting kids to go to college. And I just like to say you've done a wonderful job in your career choice as well as how you do your work. So thank you very, very much. And members of the teachers. And what we're going to do is, right after we walk out of here, we have awards for them all, goodie bags. Hannah gets a scholarship. A lot of this is through our Gentex, but we had a partnership with Del Mar Community College to do this. And One from Visibly PR was very instrumental, as well as Dr. Riviera from Del Mar College, Community College, to make this all happen. So we appreciate your support and appreciate the work of all of them here.
Congratulations to all of you. You're obviously outstanding teachers and are encouraging the young people in our state, and there's not a more important job than what you do. And we certainly congratulate you on your awards. Okay, what a great way to start a meeting, huh? All right, we'll now move to agenda item 4, which is our major policy discussion. This discussion will focus on how we best work together to measure student learning outcomes that will lead to improved methods of instruction and increased learning by students during their post-secondary studies. Rex Peebles, Assistant Commissioner for Workforce, Academic Affairs, and Research, will be introducing the panel. Prior to joining the coordinating board, Dr. Peebles was a member and co-chair of the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee, where he became very interested in the work of the American Association of Colleges and Universities, and in particular LEAP. Their work informed much of the thinking of the committee with regard to the core objectives. Statute requires an institution's core curriculum be assessed. To pursue that end, Rex was involved in the effort to make Texas a formal LEAP state. He served as vice chair of the task force that sought institutional participation, wrote bylaws, and formally requested recognition from the AACU. Rex, good morning.
Morning.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, and thanks again for allowing us to engage in a discussion about measuring student learning outcomes. There are actually 4 panelists. One will be joining us by phone, Terry Rhodes from the American Association of Colleges and Universities. Pedro Reyes is with us from University of Texas. Chris Markwood from Texas A&M Corpus Christi is also with us, and the coordinating board's own James Goldman will also be discussing measuring student learning outcomes. I will let each of them tell you a little bit about themselves at the beginning of their presentation. You know, one of the questions that arises is why measure student learning outcomes in the first place. And the easy answer to that is because SACS and the coordinating board makes us do it. SACS, through its own regulations, has required, through its institutional effectiveness agenda, so to speak, has required that institutions measure student learning outcomes and identify those and measure the extent to which students attain them. Texas's own statutes regarding the core curriculum require that the core curriculum be also assessed and look at whether students are attaining those core objectives or not. And so with the advent of a new core curriculum that staff and I are currently going through the process of approving, then the next step for a lot of those institutions in Texas will be to measure those outcomes and the extent to which students are attaining those. And while I think the easy answer to this is that SACS and other accrediting bodies and the coordinating board through statute makes us do this kind of thing, there's actually a really good reason for measuring student learning outcomes. And that is that employers and colleges around the country for some time have been concerned with whether or not students come out of college actually knowing something or not. And I'm convinced that they do. It is difficult to measure that quite often, and it is difficult even more so to measure some of those intangible or sort of intangible qualities of an education that deal with things like your ability to communicate and critical thinking, and a lot of those things that the new core objectives have tried to capture. But, there is that concern that students actually exit college with a body of knowledge and a body of skills. And what measuring student learning outcomes does is try to verify, independent of things like completion rates and graduation rates and course grades, that students do indeed know something when they exit. And I think that's the important reason why we should be doing this, as institutions and as accrediting bodies and as state agencies, to actually look at these things and make some verification and determination of whether our students are actually exiting with the kinds of skills and knowledge that they need to be successful in life and in whatever career they've chosen. So with that, I will turn it over to the panel, and I believe that Dr. Reyes will be the first one to address us.
Thank you, Rex, and thank you for inviting me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you for inviting us to present this information. We have a PowerPoint presentation, but I know how we feel about PowerPoint presentations, so the document, I think, will be available to you or to the audience anytime. This is very important. I'm passionate about this area, student learning outcomes. We owe it to the public, we owe it to the state, to the public policymakers, and to the parents and to the students to understand how well the students are prepared in our institutions. So I'm going to just tell you a little story here. 8 years ago, we began with this program when Chancellor Mark Udoff asked me to come over from the faculty at UT Austin to think about student learning assessment. And it took us a long while. It took us a long time to really think through the whole everything, and spent a lot of time talking with faculty members, academic administrators, et cetera, et cetera. And as you know, when we begin to introduce different things, there's always hesitation, and we are the first ones to say, to be skeptical. We were trained to be skeptical in higher education, and so you have to work through the process. I think Rex mentioned the SACS demand in terms of institutional effectiveness, and you have it right there for you. But really, we have to be concerned about outcomes, not just in the sense of knowledge or because faculty obviously teach sociology, teach political science, et cetera, but we also have to think about personal and social responsibility of students, as well as what I call intellectual skills. And this intellectual and practical skills is what Rex was talking about, that employers really want to have a sense of. For example, effective in oral communication, really critical inquiry and analysis, critical thinking and creative thinking, quantitative literacy, information literacy, teamwork, and problem solving. So when we decided to use the Collegiate Learning Assessment, CLA, and Rex, I don't know if they have a background on this particular test.
Not while we're just discussing.
Okay. So this instrument is different than most multiple choice, multiple guess kinds of testing that takes place in higher education. This is you're presented with a problem, and you have to really think, be able to problem solve, to think critically, to analyze the situation, and to write effectively. And this is a standardized process that we use to do the assessment and all of this. So these are essays and that we look at as we present data to the students. What are the goals for using, at least for our system? The goals is to improve teaching. That's one of the #1 goals. Another one is to set goals for student learning, benchmark student learning performance, and we do it nationally as well as within the institution and across the UT system institutions. Communicate student learning goals and results, and obviously this is part of the accountability that we have in place at the University of Texas system. We display all of this data to the public. There's no secret about how the different institutions are performing in these areas. So why, I mean, I think I mentioned this a little bit before. Why do we focus on CLA measures? Well, employers value the development of these broad skills. I mean, these skills are central to most college missions. They're central to it. CLA, and again, is consistent with general educational requirements. And as I mentioned to you, we've been doing it for the last 8 years, Mr. Chairman. What we do is we select a stratified random sample from every institution of 200 students in the fall and 200 students in the spring semester. Remember, this is stratified random sample so that we don't just include engineering students or business students, but it's across the board. We've done a lot of analysis, statistical analysis, to understand if a sample of 400 students is good enough, and we've gotten results that is fairly close, I mean, to project or to predict the performance of students. And now some folks say that what is it? It's a very small, with the exception of one institution, the sample is quite robust, I mean, in every institution. In order to participate, the students have to have an ACT score or SAT score, because this test is based on those assumptions. And as I mentioned to you, this is not a multiple choice exam. This is really a problem-solving exam that you take it online under secured conditions, and you get not immediate responses, but fairly quickly responses back to you. What we try to do is, and it's a little bit difficult to do this with a small sample, is to think about value-added. How much do we add? How much value do we add to the students, to the freshman students, to the sophomore students, et cetera, et cetera? It's really difficult to do it if you do it in a non-longitudinal way, meaning that you just do a sample every year. If you do it in a cohort basis over the years, it's a lot more robust. But I think the expense is a little bit high, and not only that, but also the mobility rates of students will sort of disrupt the assessment process. I mean, there are a lot of students who begin in one place and end up in 2 or 3 other places, and it's kind of difficult to do this cohort analysis. So what do we get? I mean, from this assessment, we get an institution level data, where we look at across the institution and try to understand where they are in terms of a national benchmark. There are over almost 1,000 institutions participating in CLA at this point nationwide, so we can benchmark ourselves against the national norms, and we do quite well. Now, this value-added scores, a score, I think, indicates the degree to which observed senior mean CLA scores meets, exceeds, or falls below expectations. For example, at UT Austin, the students come in with probably a 1,300 SAT score, or I don't know what's the equivalent for the ACT, 31 or plus. A&M is the same thing. And in there, it's kind of difficult for the students to really move the bar, and it's one of the criticisms that I think at this point we have against the CLA. It's kind of tough to move from 1,300 to 1,400 to 1,500, which is the top score, and 1,600 is the top score in the CLA assessment test. Stanford has participated. Harvard, I think, participates in CLA, and they find it useful in terms of national performance, but not necessarily in terms of understanding how much they contribute to the development of the students, because they come very well prepared. Now, on the other hand, we have other institutions that are more, quote, open enrollment institutions, and you see an incredible difference in terms of value added. I mean, they come in with, let's say, 900 SAT score, which is below average, and typically they score really well. 200 points once they get to the senior level. And so that's one of the shortcomings of this test. The test was revised this last year, and now it provides student-level data. So the student himself or herself can see the data and compare himself or herself against the national standards and where they fit in terms of percentiles. And I think that's very useful, to the student. In fact, they reported, and as part of the their own profile, so that at least they say, I have mastered writing communication skills, or I have mastered problem solving, I have mastered critical thinking, et cetera, et cetera. So the test is, it was redesigned, and it's a lot better. How is it that we have used the CLA? Well, again, it's to address some of the weaknesses in the general curriculum. We created opportunities to improve critical thinking. This general intellectual skills that have to be part of the program, and again for benchmarking nationally. I can give you two examples as to how we have used this data. UT Arlington, for example, has used CLA to do the quality enhancement plan, the QEP, which is focused on student learning outcomes. And so what they're focusing on is on critical thinking skills and developing that on freshmen. And at Pan-American, there was when they saw the writing scores in the beginning, and they brought in all the English professors, and they got together and problem solved, and the next 2 years they improved dramatically. And so data really helps move the agenda forward, and that's why we like it. I think it's there's no perfect assessment tool out there, but this is one of them, and we think that it's a useful tool not only for students but for faculty, and also for employers, and for us to be able to say we are preparing well the students for the world of work. So I'll be happy to answer any questions, Rick. Mr. Chairman.
Questions?
How is the test administered? Is it something you can take online, or is it...
I'm sorry?
How is the test administered, the assessment?
It's administered through the computer. It's an internet-based, highly secured computer, so that there is no contamination there, yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be feasible at all, I'm just trying to figure it out, to have every student theoretically take it, or is that... costly? I mean, too costly, obviously.
It will be expensive. I mean, I think each test is about $30 a piece. Remember, this is not a multiple choice that you can do in no time.
Right.
I mean, there are humans who score these things, and then they come back with really detailed analysis of the weaknesses that the student has. And in fact, some of our board members want to expand the number of students, and we're thinking through this and see how we could come up with the money to do it, because it's not just to select the students, but also to entice them a little bit. Typically, we use iPads or something. Say whomever gets the best score, we'll give you an iPad, or we give you a parking lot. I mean, right in front of the main building, and believe me, that works incredibly well. Now, for the freshmen, we don't need to entice them to be competitive and to do their best work. They come in eager to demonstrate that they can do well, but for the seniors, it's kind of, it's not embedded in the curriculum, and I think it's one of the issues that we're considering at this point. So for them, the test, it doesn't matter in many ways, but that's how we entice them to do that.
John.
So, Dr. Reyes, welcome, and I think you were supposed to tell us a little bit about yourself at the beginning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would like to hear that.
I was so excited about this. And, I'm the Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at University of Texas System. Obviously, I work with the Board of Regents and the Chancellor on all the academic matters. I'm also a faculty member at UT Austin, and I'm appointed in education and public policy and sociology. I still have my research team, except that being a full-time administrator is kind of tough to do any research anymore. But that's who I am.
Good. And of course, the UT system has a lot of universities. Is it being done at every university?
Every institution has this component in place. Yes, sir.
And so I just have a question about the methodology.
Right.
So 200 freshmen take it, and at the same time 200 seniors?
Seniors.
At the same period of time?
The freshmen are done in the fall, and the seniors are done in the spring semester.
All right, but and it just says random, so there's no thought to having the same. In other words, the freshmen that took it 4 years later take it.
Yeah, and
to sort of get a direct.
Right, and that's the challenge that we have. You're asking for a longitudinal design to get this work done. And that would be very costly. To do the assessment on the same students and follow them up for 4 years.
Why would that be costly?
Because we have to begin every freshman year a new cohorts, so that we can maintain the assessment. So let's say you take this year's.
Well, hopefully I'm understanding this correctly, but you're saying when you give it to the freshmen, it's 200 random freshmen,
exactly.
and then you're giving it to the seniors, it's 200 random.
Right.
But there's no attempt. How long have you been giving the test?
8 years.
8 years.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no attempt to say, Joe Smith takes it as a freshman, to test him again when he's a senior to see how he's doing.
We tried that, and we tried that in the as I mentioned in the beginning. Many of the students don't end up at the institution, as they
I realize you're going to get some.
Yeah. Typically, Typically, the mobility rate is about 40% or more in some cases, and so you lose the power of the tool in many ways. No, I'm not saying that it couldn't be done. We're thinking through those issues, and sometimes, do we abandon the sort of the snapshot, or do we follow them consecutively? And so, what happens to those that need to be tested in the beginning? Do we just wait? Do it every 4 years, or how do we do this? It's kind of a complicated to do. Right now, the sampling process that we have is the best tool at this point, given the number of students and the funding that we have to have in place to do it.
Well, I'm sure a lot of bright people have thought it through, but that's just my reaction. I know you wouldn't get 100% of them, but if you were testing the same people that were tested when they're seniors that were tested as freshmen, I think that would be very useful.
That would make a lot of sense, and again, we would have to think through the whole process and then think about the validity of the assessment at the end. Who stayed? Obviously, those that survive are the ones that will survive any place. And if we see a huge, value added, is it because they're really bright and stayed, or is it because faculty made some contributions to it? And so, right now we are following that sample. Although the Board of Regents really want to focus on this a little bit more and start thinking about longitudinal designs as well.
Good. Thank you very much.
Bobby?
So I think this work is just absolutely critical. We both live here in Austin, and we hear talk radio, and there's, folks on the radio that talk about, the value of higher education, the value of the degree, the cost of the degree, and what does that really mean, and our ability to demonstrate that we really, what we learn and the education that takes place and the results of that, we've got to be touting that. We've got to be talking about that. Just today, listening to the presentations before this about how, they have 100% of their students go to college or to further their education, and to be able to demonstrate that investment and those results, That's how we continue to perpetuate that whole mindset that we're all going to go, we're all going to derive value, and that investment is worth it individually and collectively to us. So I just encourage, and I thank you for the work, but I encourage, just like John does, how we make this as relevant and it is exact, because it was, 2 years ago, members, where we had the presentation. Was it Education Adrift? Was that it? And that was alarming. And, that kind of really gives ammunition to other folks that say it's not worth going, the investment, the cost, and such. And so this is the kind of information and the data that we need to really substantiate the entire value. So I encourage the perseverance, and I encourage trying to make it even more meaningful, more relevant, and more exact.
Absolutely. We couldn't agree any more with you on this point. And that's why we adopted this 8 years ago. And we're proud of it. I mean, we display it to the whole world, and we know who's making a great contribution. And we know, and the students know as well. The parents know. And I think that's really important. Just one more point of information. When we began this process, we tested every single test that was out there, including the faculty, because the faculty said, well, you're taking over our jobs. And I said, absolutely not. And so I said, well, why don't you help me first? And the first thing was to look at writing communications. And when we put together teams at the different institutions of faculty, it was overwhelming. I mean, a huge work. When we have artificial intelligence machines actually doing the same job as 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 faculty members doing the analysis on writing communication. And so this is what we have with CLA. Incredible. And by the way, the validation process has been there, and we've done every single thing to make sure that what we get is relevant, not only relevant, but is valid across the institutions.
Very good, Rex.
Thank you, Dr. Reyes. For a little bit different take on assessment, if Dr. Rhodes is still with us, he's joining us from the American Association of Colleges and Universities by telephone, I hope.
I am.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Rhodes. If you will tell us a little bit about yourself and your work at the AAC&U, and then we will you can launch into your presentation.
And if I could, Rex, just check one thing quickly with you. There were some PowerPoint slides.
Yes, and they are up.
Showing was handed out.
Both.
I'm sorry, you're going in and out for me.
I'm sorry, sir. Yes, they're both on the screen, and they've been handed out to board members as well.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
You bet.
And my apologies for being a disembodied voice. Not the ideal way to try to speak with you about these important issues, but in the midst of our annual meeting in Washington, and none of us could really get down there today to be there. So I am the Vice President for Quality Curriculum and Assessment at AAC&U. Those of you who are here with us, we're a nonprofit association that is focused on undergraduate education and trying to enhance the student experience so that all of our students, regardless of how they come to us prepared, especially those who come to us least advantaged, can enjoy the same quality, engaging education that we have typically in the past provided to our most talented students. And we do believe it is possible for us. Examples of the schools that you honored at the beginning of your session are additional examples of how students who come to us in a variety of contexts from a variety of different backgrounds can be successful through the work that we do to encourage and support their learning. I would like to Our membership is over 1,300 colleges and universities. Our members are public, half are private. We span Research One institutions, community colleges, faith-based institutions, military academies. So we're the Association of American Colleges and Universities. We actually have international that engage with us in this work around improving student learning. I'd love to commend the Texas Coordinating Board for the adoption of core objectives. Go beyond focus on acquiring a major and number of credit hours, but really focus on the kind of broad, creative kinds of abilities that faculty across institutions tell us they're trying to teach students to in these areas, but also that employers are telling us about is essential for the people that are graduating from our institutions that they wish to hire. So if you can go to the next slide, the screenshot of our value project page. I'm going to be talking to you about value assessment of learning in undergraduate education. Very much support the notion of students telling us about their learning. But we also know, and accreditors are telling us, as coordinating boards, we need to have direct evidence. We really need to be able to demonstrate and have students show that they have learned to do while they've been with us. This is our website if you really do want to follow this up, and it is where you will find extensive information and examples of how campuses from the country are using. Our main motivation really for developing the value project, and which is a set of rubrics looking at and evaluating student learning to really help students understand what they're expected to accomplish. So often our students seem to be confused, or they don't understand what faculty and institutions are expecting of them. The more that we can articulate that, make it clear to them, the more likely they are to be able to demonstrate it. So if you go to the next slide, and I'm now looking at one that says the LEAP Essential Learning Outcomes. We developed this list of learning outcomes, again, from a couple decades of talking to faculty at all of these kinds of institutions, as well as periodically surveying nationally the employers of our graduates, saying what are the things that students need to be learning. And you can see this list, and you will see that there are learning outcomes related to all of the core objectives that the coordinating board has adopted. Each of these outcomes, we've also then developed a rubric. Next slide, please. The next slide gives us a brief summary of the project involved. We now have 16 national rubrics. They were developed to see if there is a shared understanding around what the learning and what it should look like. These rubrics were developed were guided by a national advisory panel of national and nationally recognized experts in a variety of areas of higher education. But we recruited teams of faculty and other academic and student affairs professionals, institutions across the country, again, including Research One institutions, community colleges, public and private, military academies, and faith-based institutions. And they coalesced into these 16 groups, and they looked at the rubrics that had been developed. They looked at the research and learning in each of these areas and distilled a set of characteristics of learning seemed to associate with each one of those outcomes, and went through a series of developing and drafting statements about what the learning could look like when we saw it. Those were drafted, tested on campuses and other and student affairs professionals with their own students. The campuses, they gave us feedback. The teams and other professionals revised them. They were tested again, revised and tested again. Over 150 different kinds of campuses participated in this testing process. So the reliability of the rubrics has been well established. We now have 4,000 institutions and organizations that have accessed the rubrics through our distinct institutions and organizations, over 24,000 distinct individuals. They were developed at least in the fall of 2009. Actually start collecting these data until basically the beginning of fall 2010. And so it's over a little over 3 years that we have had this kind of activity. They're being used across this country in K-12 university systems, and they're being used internationally. We have consortia of campuses that are using our rubrics because they have students that can transfer from institution to institution. And one of the things I find very useful about this, what the rubric does is it allows each of those institutions to have a shared set of language and expectations or standards, but that the delivery of the learning and the way in which students experience it can be different depending upon the institution. But as they move to the institution, they know that the expectations for their learning are shared and consistent over the course of their time. Those in the public arena, the voluntary system of accountability has now adopted the value rubrics as one of the ways in which institutions can demonstrate their students' learning. Slide shows you an example of what the rubrics look like. Each of the rubrics has what we call which is fairly text-heavy, but it shares the definition, some language and background about how the rubric was developed. Where necessary, the teams felt language or clarification, occasionally a glossary to clarify terms was needed, and so that will appear on those pages. The next slide shows what the rubric itself looks like based upon what the faculty told us and what they were using. It has three parts to it: the criteria on the left-hand side, levels that go across the top, i.e. these rubrics were developed to reflect student time. So the students who come to us as new students, their learning is going to be more on the right-hand side, benchmark level. As they move through our educational institutions toward the capstone level, which is what we would expect for a student when they graduate with a baccalaureate degree. Milestones in between, indicators that students' learning is moving in the direction we would like it, markers as well used by two-year institutions. The performance part of the markers, which are indeed the words that to those boxes at each of the levels, articulation, statement of what the learning should look like. The next slide is, I'm running through these very quickly because of time, is the results of an initial national reliability study. It involved 40 faculty, but we four of the traditional disciplinary areas: humanities, social sciences, STEM disciplines, and professions. Because one of the concerns was, well, won't faculty who come out of different areas of learning look at these rubrics, use them differently, and make different judgments about the student learning because of the disciplinary nature of their training study? Did three of the rubrics, the critical thinking, civic engagement, and integrative learning, and we asked them to look at those as a common student work. Examples that we had drawn from a variety of different levels of student and institutions. They said, here's a rubric, here's a set of student work, look at that work and evaluate these three rubrics. Just asking them to do that, sight unseen, not having worked with the rubrics or the thing. 2/3 of them were in agreement about the level of learning that was demonstrated, proficiency of that learning. Went through the normal process of norming them, of introducing them to what a rubric does and how to use it, brought them back to look at another set of student work. Their agreement levels exceeded the 0.8 or 80% level that we look for, a methodological or statistical standpoint. The next slide, it just indicates that these rubrics are something that were developed at the institutional level for institutional results, but through modest modifications are being used at the program level, classroom level, so that faculty, as they're making their assignments in classes, adapting the rubrics to use purposes, classes, so that they begin feedback that is very helpful and directly related to how they're going to be judged, all in terms of programmatic and institutional for level of performance. And they can then be aggregated or disaggregated to look at how different groups of students may be doing. The next rubric, and we also strongly support the use of having students use portfolios of some sort. Both of them are really rich tools helping students be able to assess own learning. But the research is also these institutions that are using these tools actually deepens and enhances learning just by having them look at their own work, able to start to make judgments and self-assessments about it compared to what the faculty are saying about it. I'm not going to read these things to you because you can do that, but it provides us with judgment, student judgments, all using the same set of standards that have been articulated, just on the work that we're actually asking students to do in classrooms and in our student associations and in organizations, etc. The learning that takes place wherever it is happening is something that students can take with them. The rest of the slides that I have are just examples of how institutions have used them and presented from them. Some of them, again, moving through the slides, it looks like a spider web. This is actually something Washington State has done that actually asks students to evaluate their work, asks the faculty to evaluate it, their advisory board to look at the same work, use the rubric, and evaluate it. It shows the similarities and the differences among the judgments of those three groups. And we explore that later if you'd like to, but the next one, another example, University of North Carolina at Wilmington. Each one of the dimensions on the information literacy rubric shows and the percentage of students at each level that are performing at a certain point in time as part of their general education program. And they can begin to focus on areas where students are strong, good levels of work, other areas where, for example, evaluating information and sources, students are struggling a bit more. So the faculty know what they need to increase the work and the attention to. The next one is from the University of Kansas. It shows how they could compare and are comparing their first-year students in introductory level courses, what the students are doing when they get to their fourth year, to show the improvement in learning happening for students across the institution. The next slide is one of the things that we find that the rubrics are also useful for. It's, again, a screenshot, but it's this actual recording of students doing oral presentations. Right? It shows the pre-diagnostic to the post-diagnostic, same rubric to see the improvements and the areas of improvement for the students, and that can be fed back to students as well as reported programmatically. Next slide comes back to the University of Kansas and their analysis. How are they using the from these rubrics? Found that they, in the way in which they design, could actually redesign courses to emphasize certain things, and that actually improved the student learning. It pointed out the critical importance of the assignment of what it is we ask students to do and making it clear to students what the kind of learning is that we're looking for so that they're more likely to provide it. And they found, even at that large research institution, rubrics, and looking at the actual work they were assigning students, manageable and sustainable over time. And the last slide is about the commonalities among the rubrics. It really has helped this ability among campuses to communicate about student learning, to have some shared standards and language to talk about it. The mobility of our students these days, it facilitates their ability to transfer their work from place to place, especially if these shared expectations are available. That despite the uniqueness of many of our institutions, they actually do, when they talk about learning, have a lot of shared similarities around what it looks like and the level of proficiency students are demonstrating, regardless of the kind of institution or the disciplinary background of their preparation. So again, I apologize for running through a lot of stuff very quickly to give you some context of this work. seems to be playing out. And so I will stop right there and seek questions.
Mr. Rhodes, this is Harold Hahn, Chair of the Coordinating Board. Wanted to just tell you, first of all, thank you very much for your time and your presentation. Obviously, I can't speak for the other board members, but I have some more studying to do to fully comprehend everything that's here. But obviously, great inroads have been made. Members, do you have any questions or comments?
Well, I especially appreciate exactly what you're measuring. So
I'm having difficulty hearing, sort of fading in and out.
Okay. Apparently, there's. Can you hear us, Mr. Rhodes?
I can.
Okay. Go. Okay. Apparently, there's a little bit of a communication problem then. So, Rex, why don't we just go ahead and move forward?
All right, sir. Next,
thank you, Mr. Rhodes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rhodes. We really appreciate it. Next, we have Dr. Mark Wood from A&M Corpus Christi, who will talk a little bit about the Leap Texas movement and a little bit about how these things are used at A&M. So,
Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Little red light has to be on.
We can use this. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Chairman, members of the board, thank you for allowing us to be present and to present this morning. I have the privilege of serving as the Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs at Texas A&M University Corpus Christi. I've also been able to serve at the system level as the co-chair of one of the task forces on system learning outcomes. Have been able to work with Rex and others across the state in the development of Leap Texas, and then also serve on the oversight board nationally for the voluntary system of accountability. Campuses across the state have been and are very committed to assessment of student learning outcomes, and I think we're all serious about getting better. And we're not just driven by external expectations for greater accountability, although, as Rex said, that is a major force of why we are doing it. But we also, I think, as faculty and as administrators and leaders, we're committed to continuously improving educational outcomes. This morning, I'd like to share with you some examples of what is happening from a campus perspective, from a system perspective, and then as well, as Rex indicated, what an exciting opportunity at the state level. Looking at our own campus, Texas A&M University Corpus Christi, much like every other campus in the state, we've embedded learning outcomes and the measurement of those outcomes throughout the curriculum. In addition to subject matter content, both the current core and the future core have a set of broad expected learning outcomes that cut across disciplines. Whether it's communication, critical thinking, teamwork, regardless of the discipline for which the course is being taught, these expected learning outcomes are integrated into the course. On our campus, we've got a faculty core research group that is responsible for coordinating the implementation and the assessment process in each of these areas. Each assessment process must provide a direct measure of student learning of the core learning outcome. This group enters the assessment tools, results, and the other supporting documents in the reporting software that we use, so that those results can be viewed across disciplines and evaluated for opportunities for improvement. And this process that we use has ensured that our institution earned a very positive assessment from SACS in our review during 2010 for our general education assessment. But specifically, some examples of what we do. English Composition 2 collects and distributes samples of students' papers from all of the sections across the campus. And these papers are read and assessed each spring using a standard rubric, much like the value rubrics that were just presented, outlining expectations. History reviews a sample of essay exams and has them reviewed by experts in the field using a standard rubric, outlining those expectations. And integrative learning is assessed in the learning communities that we have on campus based on assignments that bring multiple disciplines together, such as an English and political science class that might have a shared assignment. At the department level, all academic majors have learning outcomes for their graduates, and these learnings are established by faculty. The learning outcomes are measured directly by programs and processes that include, for example, students gathering evidence in a portfolio, including various pieces of writing from their undergraduate program, and writing a reflective cover letter explaining their understanding of the learning outcomes and how they work to demonstrate their learning. Other kinds of direct measures include field tests, coursework portfolios, and capstone projects that ask students to synthesize and demonstrate their learning. Faculty members assess all of this evidence. Exam items might align with learning outcomes, or a report might be read using a rubric to evaluate a student's ability to present research. Once assessment is complete, results are shared with the program faculty and decisions are made to improve learning in the program. Some examples. Many fields in the College of Business use major field tests, some of which, like accounting, are followed up by accreditation or certification exams. The College of Nursing and Health Sciences uses a comprehensive exam nestled within a capstone course to directly assess student learning. This learning of their graduates is also assessed by the pass rate on the NCLEX, their licensing exam. Many fields in the College of Liberal Arts collect portfolios or samples of student writing and assess those essays, reports, and/or projects. Art, music, theater, and disciplines of that nature have capstone performances and show requirements that are juried and reviewed against rubrics. Information gleaned from faculty review of these results informs curricular decisions and drives curricular change. Attention to student learning outcomes, however, is not limited just to the campus level. Increasingly, college and university systems, much like the University of Texas system and Texas A&M, have become very active in the establishment of learning outcomes and their measurement. One example is the Texas A&M University system. At the system level, they've launched a comprehensive program to hold member institutions accountable for measuring results, quality, and cost efficiency. Campus faculty, staff, and leaders worked to produce various accountability measures, resulting in the creation of a systematic reporting approach, one that also reflected the uniqueness of each institution. As you know, Texas A&M University system is very diverse. It includes one of the nation's premier research universities, a number of comprehensive universities, aspiring doctoral and research universities, upper division only institutions, an HBCU, and several HSIs. Led by Regent Mendoza, chair of the Committee on Academic and Student Affairs, the Texas A&M University system launched the Empower You initiative. And this initiative included not only common metrics for measuring efficiency and a focus on strengthening our P12 partners, but also outlined a focus on educational quality and student learning outcomes. System campuses identified 6 common learning objectives. These include decision-making and social responsibility, globalization and diversity, discipline-specific knowledge, communication, integration of broad knowledge, and problem-solving and critical thinking. Given the diversity of each campus, defining a single method of measurement was considered but was not recommended. Instead, each campus will have in place a measurement method that's appropriate to their mission, their history, and their overarching goals. But because there is a need to increase transparency and a desire to allow multiple constituencies to easily understand the results, a common rating and reporting template was adopted. For each assessment, every campus converts their campus-specific results into a common rating: exemplary, proficient, sufficient, emerging, or insufficient. And I've included a handout for you with a detailed definition of what those evaluations might mean for a learning outcome such as communication. An important component of the reporting is not just the snapshot in time picture of student learning. It is the action and comment section on the template where campuses commit to making appropriate change based on the results that they have reported. Though campuses assess many of these outcomes on a regular basis, a 3-year rotation was established for purposes of reporting, with 2 of the 6 learning outcomes being reported and posted on the Empower You website each year. One of the more immediate results of implementing this new Common Student Learning Outcomes initiative is the increase in cross-campus conversations regarding assessment and measurement. While a common measurement was not adopted for each learning outcome, what we are already experiencing is an increase in discussions about best practices. As institutions do decide to use common measures, additional potential collaborations and efficiencies might develop. And while every campus and increasing numbers of systems are tackling issues surrounding the measurement of student learning outcomes, in Texas, we're seeing the potential for large-scale collaboration among institutions. In the coming weeks, a formal announcement will be made that Texas has been accepted by the AAC&U as the next LEAP state. There are currently only 9 LEAP states and 2 LEAP consortiums that represent collections of institutions from multiple states as part of the AAC&U LEAP network. LEAP, as we know, is a national advocacy and campus action research initiative that champions the importance of 21st century liberal education. When institutions, systems, and consortiums agree to work together on LEAP's common goals, they can apply and be recognized as a LEAP state or group. And that is what we've done here in Texas. To date, over 60 of our state colleges and universities have voluntarily joined to form LEAP Texas. The LEAP initiative centers around a focus on articulating the essential learning outcomes and their authentic assessment, the use of high-impact educational practices, and a commitment to inclusive excellence. LEAP Texas seeks to facilitate large collaboration to address these challenges. As we move forward, institutions associated with LEAP want to focus on at least 3 areas. The first goal is to use the new core curriculum and its expected learning outcomes to improve our undergraduate education. The second goal is to utilize large-scale interinstitutional collaboration on authentic assessment projects related to student learning. And a third goal is to embed high-impact educational practices throughout the undergraduate curriculum. With the new Texas core curriculum expected to be in place in the fall of 2014, assessment of the core's learning outcomes is essential. And as a result, LEAP Texas has discussed adopting authentic assessment of the new Texas core curriculum as our first large-scale collaborative project. Interestingly enough, the efforts at our campus, the Texas A&M University System Empower You initiative, and the LEAP Texas initiative have some components of integration. The new Texas core curriculum was informed by the LEAP essential learning outcomes. Some of the learning objectives for the majors on our campus utilize the LEAP value rubrics to help assess student learning. The formation of LEAP Texas seems like a natural extension of the work that is already underway and provides an opportunity for Texas-sized collaboration. And while these initiatives are not identical, there is sufficient integration such that we do not have to reinvent the method or the implementation at every level. We do need, however, to set increasing levels of achievement for students. Concern about student learning outcomes and the measurement of student learning is a critical issue and one that we all must get right. Texas campuses, systems, and now statewide network of institutions are focusing on ways to better articulate expected student outcomes, accurately measure learning, and ultimately improve educational outcomes. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much, Rex.
Do we have any questions?
Are there any questions, comments about? Go ahead, John.
So, and I'm new to all this. So, Dr. Reyes, you're saying that within the UT system, you use this standardized test, is
right.
that? And Dr. Markwood, so you all have adopted a different approach where you're actually making it where each campus is measuring.
Correct. We do have some campuses.
Student learning outcomes, and so is this what you're doing? Is giving an example of 2 approaches to this? And the question I guess I'd have for Dr. Markwood, but ultimately you're asking each campus to assess itself. Is that right?
To use accepted practices for doing assessment. That is correct. We have some campuses that use the CLA. We have some campuses that use yes that use the value rubrics, and we have some campuses that use instruments that have been developed and in place for years on those campuses. And so they have a history and a database to guide the decisions that they make based on the new results.
Okay, so some campuses within your system are using CLA.
Correct.
Okay. But where you were talking specifically about Corpus Christi, right?
In Corpus Christi, we do not use the CLA. System-wide, we do have some that use the CLA. We have some that use other measures. But system-wide, we all have to translate our results into a standard reporting ranking or rating that can be easily understood.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for helping me understand that.
So,
other comments?
So how would you do that if you're not uniform? How would you transfer it to a ranking if each of the institutions is not uniformly using the same metrics?
The definitions for what we are translating it into are pretty uniform, and I provided you, I think, an example in their packet of what we would define as exemplary. I think there should be another one as well. Yes, what would be a definition of exemplary performance in communication? That's pretty specific, regardless of how one gets to that level, what measure or what tool they're using. It's pretty specific as to what we're expecting of students to be able to perform if you're going to claim yourself to be exemplary, if you're going to claim yourself to be proficient, or admit that you are emerging or even insufficient.
Yeah, it's specific, but I don't know that it's necessarily objective. So who's making the ranking? Who's making the assignment? The institution itself?
The institution itself.
So they're grading themselves?
Correct.
Okay.
It seems like this is probably a pretty expensive exercise, right? Yeah, because actually it takes someone to actually sit down and do this manually. There's not any real formula where someone could do it really quickly, or
it becomes part of the assessment work of the institution. Becomes part of the assessment work of the system, in that we have now a system-wide committee or subcommittee on student success, and that is one of their tasks for continuing to develop those objective measures and rankings.
So I assume we have one more presentation. David.
I think all of you, I'm David Gardner, for the coordinating board. I think you've all sort of honed in on something that's important to talk about, is that this is not an easy process. It's different than what you experience in the public schools because of the range of behaviors, the range of learning objectives is much broader. And part of what we're trying to do is to demonstrate what that's about, and also that there are active efforts on the institutions to try to come to grips with them. First, you heard about the CLA. Now, the CLA talks about objectives that all industry wants to have. Critical thinking, the ability to work together to communicate, problem solving, writing. He's whispering in my ear. We've known each other a long time. That's right, teamwork. But you mentioned academically adrift. Now, academically adrift said that students weren't learning anything based on, or many weren't based on the CLA. Well, Dr. Reyes addressed part of the issue with that, is that there's some students who enter college at such a high level that they really have those skills in place. Now, I would suggest that if you looked at many of those same schools, if there were a graduate, say, in electrical engineering, they had, in fact, learned a lot. Or if they were a student in marketing, they had, in fact, learned a lot. If they were history, but that's not measured on the CLA. That's a criticism of that, which shows, one exam alone doesn't do that. Then you're hearing about the range of options available and that people are talking about with LEAP, and there are really things that are done in terms of evaluating courses. There's the issue of portfolios. There are a whole range of things that can be done that can be, as you were saying, Ms. Shepard, much more costly. But the reality is, what we're hearing is that all the schools are actively, or many of our schools are actively engaged in assessing what they're doing and trying to get at a better process of getting this in place. One thing they haven't mentioned directly is that they also need to look at their graduates in terms of how they're doing with their employers. That's another piece that's out there that institutions are doing, and in fact we did it through our tuning processes. Are they learning the things that employers want them to learn? But this is an ongoing process. There's a range of things that are there, and I think one thing we were hoping for you to see is that since the last time we talked about this, schools have done even more in terms of engaging in the process, but there isn't even a one-size-fits-all, and there are different things that sort of the soft skills that are much harder to get at, that are outside of easily measurable things. Now, I won't, Dr. Tischer, I know that having been a faculty member, I can tell you faculty are very critical. And their expectations for students are probably higher than yours. And so aside from the concerns about grade inflation, I can tell you faculty always think the students could do better, typically. So I don't think it's if you want to compare from one school to another, it's problematic. But I think the main thing that we're talking about here is how do you make sure students are learning as they go forward and they're learning useful things and that we're keeping in touch with what we want to do moving forward. So at least that's my assessment. I just thought
David,
you guys were sort of honing in on that, and I wanted to sort of...
Don't leave, David. Can you stay? I want to hear the last presentation and then maybe ask a few more questions, but I don't want to get ahead of the...
Okay, and last, Dr. James Goman from Coordinating Board staff will actually talk about some of the efforts that the Academic Course Guide Manual Committee have engaged in to apply student learning outcomes to those courses.
Good morning. Yes, I'm James Goman. I work under Rex in the Division of Workforce, Academic Affairs, and Research. I've been with the board about a dozen years. So we've been hearing a lot about measuring learning outcomes, but before we can measure them, we have to know what they are. The core curriculum provides outcomes at the curricular level, in other words, across a broad range of courses. This effort, the Academic Course Guide Manual Learning Outcomes Project, is really about developing course-level outcomes. Okay? First, a word about what the ACGM is. That's our common acronym here for Lower Division Academic Course Guide Manual, the ACGM. It's a list of lower division courses, meaning freshman and sophomore courses, that are guaranteed to transfer to any public institution in Texas, and two-year institutions, meaning our community colleges and our technical colleges, can freely offer any of these courses and receive that formula funding reimbursement for them. So essentially this serves as a course inventory for two-year colleges, it serves as a transfer manual, and it serves as a funding manual. It incorporates the Texas Common Course Numbering System, and for each course there's a title, there's a description, and a few characteristics about the course, like how many credit hours it is, for instance. The ACGM is an effort on the part of both two-year and four-year institutions. They both participate and serve on the advisory committee that develops and reviews the manual. And we have tried to update the manual. It's been published by the board for over 2 decades. For a long time, it was just a Word or PDF document, and I'm glad to say that recently we've updated it, and now it's also available as a searchable database. Next slide. However, we had an issue with the ACGM. Unlike its sister publication, the Workforce Education Course Manual, that has all the career and technical courses in it, the ACGM did not have student learning outcomes listed for each course. You had a course description to go by, and that was it. So we staff thought, and we talked to people in the field, and they agreed that it would be of considerable benefit to develop learning outcomes for the courses in the ACGM. Why? Well, first of all, it tells instructors in more detail what they ought to be covering in the course. That, in turn, promotes consistency in rigor and content on a statewide level. That, in turn, helps promote applicability of those courses to degree requirements, particularly at the senior institutions. And finally, and probably most critically, it helps ensure that when students take courses in a sequence, when they take those freshman and sophomore introductory courses, that then they're ready to succeed and achieve in the higher level courses in that same discipline or a related discipline. Next. How do we do this? First of all, I want you to know it's a data-driven process. We take a look at course enrollment statewide, and we try to pick out those disciplines and those courses that have the highest enrollments first so that we can have the greatest impact. Generally, in a given year, we'll pick 5 to 6 discipline areas, like English or engineering or art, and we will pick out a subset of courses within those disciplines, and then we will request from the 2-year and 4-year institutions that they nominate faculty members, because we want faculty who know this subject matter to develop the outcomes. We gather the faculty members together here at the coordinating board. They have a large collection of syllabi, again, for these particular courses that they're considering. They go through, they analyze those syllabi, they identify the critical learning outcomes that are in those institutional level syllabi, and then they collaborate on developing a statewide statement of what the essential learning outcomes for those courses ought to be. At the next stage, we also incorporate work that comes out of the tuning project. And you've heard about the tuning project before, and that's a much larger process which includes curricular considerations as well as course level considerations. So what we're doing is we're taking their course level work and we're including that as well. We then put that out for a public comment period so that faculty that weren't on these specific committees but are out there in the state and they want to have input into this process, they get a chance to do that. The final and last step is that our advisory committee, again composed of both 2-year and 4-year faculty, look over these materials, make any edits that are necessary, and then they approve them for inclusion in the manual. So here's just an example so you can see what it looked like. This is the old version of Introductory Psychology, General Psychology course. You can see it uses the Texas Common Course Numbering System, Psych 2301 to designate it. And you can see the description is really quite bare bones. It's pretty simple, pretty short. Doesn't tell an instructor a great deal about what he or she really ought to cover in the course. Next slide. Now here you can see we have a slightly updated course description, but most particularly there at the bottom, we have a statement of 6 learning outcomes. And you'll notice that they're fairly specific, and we always try to make sure that they include measurable statements. Identify, describe, use, identify, describe, these type of terms that we can measure students' ability to identify the correct things, measure their ability to use the proper terminology, and so forth. And finally, some of the results of the project. We've been running this project since 2010, and there are, as you can see, about 55 disciplines represented in the ACGM. We've revised 24 of those. That's about 44% of the total. In terms of the overall courses, we have about 1,100 courses in the ACGM, and we have revised 241 of them. That's about 1/5. However, and I think this is where we show judicious selection, there at the bottom you can see that there are approximately 3,700,000 enrollments in ACGM courses for the most recent year that we had data for. Those 241 courses we've revised, that represents more than 3/4, 76% of the total enrollments for that year that we measured. So even though we haven't covered even a majority of the courses yet, we are covering a majority of the student enrollments because we're picking those courses that students use most often. Freshman composition, college algebra, calculus, introductory sociology, things like that. And that's it. That concludes my presentation.
Okay. One question as far as the ACGM on your approved lower division courses, list courses by Texas Common Course Number. Is that an optional thing with the institutions?
Not for the 2-year colleges.
Okay.
The 2-year colleges, it is mandatory. All of the 2-year colleges, both the community colleges and the technical colleges, use the Common Course Numbering System. For the universities, they provide a crosswalk. Most, not all, there are a few universities that do use the Common Course Numbering System as their own system, but all of the universities provide a crosswalk. So if a student looks through a course catalog and they'll see, here's what UT Austin calls this course, but here's the Common Course number, and that helps them know what will transfer in and out.
Okay, and the universities understand this? I mean, they utilize this actively for transfer students?
Oh, yes. You'll find that people in advisement, recruiting offices, and the registrar's office, they're all quite familiar with the Common Course Numbering System. And I would note that the Common Course Numbering System is run by a board of its own, and that board has both 2-year and 4-year representation on it.
Janelle, you indicated you had some other questions.
So, on a broad scope, I just question, is it maybe an opportunity for Texas to have one singular type of measurement? I always think competition is good, but then we can actually have a score. I'm a parent. I'm fixing to write some big checks for school. I want to know which college really has the best success rate, the highest graduation rate, the highest, core competency rate with their graduates, and how do their graduates do when they, are employed. Those are all things that are really interesting to the public. So my question is, do we need a set standard? I know. I can tell y'all were nervous this question was going to come up, weren't you?
Yes. Now, I'd like to point out that some of the things you mentioned are really different than what we've been talking about. And so some of those measures are already in place. So right now it is possible for a parent to see how likely it is in a certain period of time a student is going to graduate from a certain institution. We have online what salaries are following employment. The University of Texas system has a very nice system they've put out, which includes the debt load, and we're going to emulate that ourselves in the future at that end. But these are things that are relevant in that sense. I think one has to be cautious about a single measure for every institution, because each institution, number one, isn't the same. Programs within the institutions are different. You need a different set of skills for engineers versus the people who will be your English teachers, and some schools will excel in those areas. I know when I was in New York, it may be unusual, but there's one university that was known for producing the best coaches and PE teachers in the state, one of the SUNY campuses, and those things were known, and they become known over time. We have a lot of resources for parents right now to sort of make some of those determinations, the debt load at
But I
different schools.
almost have to hire somebody to navigate that for me. If I'm just a parent trying to figure out what's the best bang for my buck, I really need a navigator to go from this measurement to this measurement to, and I do have the catalog. I will tell you, this is highly valuable. I send a lot of friends to this. But we really are talking about some really great outcomes that a lot of parents don't think about. They think about the cost, and they think about, can I really get my kid through this school? But as a taxpayer also, I think it's really valuable for us to know how successful are these schools that we're putting a lot of money into.
I think, and I'd like to hear what the panel thinks, but I think there's some utility in recognizing that all students aren't the same, and all opportunities aren't the same. So there's some schools that will be better for some students than others, that you experience certain types of things. When there was talk about what should higher education cost, I always brought up with Mr. Heldenfels the issue. So if you're producing an accountant, there's key issues you want an accountant to know. But do you want to know if that accountant at Texas A&M, do you want the accountant just to know all those things, or are there certain things that you expect of a graduate from Texas A&M, someone like Ms. Schneider? And what are some of those characteristics, which may be somewhat different from another A&M campus, that they sort of focus on producing some unique characteristics that are there. And I think there's, at least this is my personal view, that there's some value in there being some variety of institutions in the state and producing different kinds of things. But you want to have folks ultimately that are successful in life, that are employable. I've spent a lot of money on my own daughter's education. I want them to be able to take care of themselves. So one criticism I would have of what we do, and we actually had a meeting this week about it, is the tendency to multiply websites with information. And we actually had a meeting talking about how we can bring some order to that so you don't have that same problem.
Right,
and how do we provide better, more clear-cut information to parents? Because over the years we've had been asked to develop a website on this and a website on that, and it's time to go back and call those and say what's the most essential information. We ought to work with the schools in terms of how to best do that, provide better guidance to the institutions.
Well, my other question is, do you publish your outcomes? Are you transparent and they're out there for everybody to see? I mean, are they just for the regents to see, or how are you doing that?
If I may, Ms. Shepard, this is open to the world, and we encourage parents, we encourage students. In fact, we'll be happy to present the student debt and the how much you get for the education at A&M or other places. We can show that, at least for our institutions. And I think the website is so easy to navigate.
Okay.
I mean, there's no question in my mind that you'll find it helpful and without going through more than 2 or 3 clicks.
And it's on the UT system website. That's great.
And if I may, what I described to you was the approach to the core curriculum that we have. We have a much more comprehensive assessment strategy, just like my colleagues at A&M and other institutions. because remember, we're talking about 3 levels of assessment. One is the knowledge base. And typically that's assessed by the faculty, not only by the faculty, but by area assessment tools. I mean, and like in sociology, political science, business, et cetera, et cetera. We also assess personal and social responsibility, and I focused only on the core. All of our institutions have the same core. They teach it differently. I mean, they have different set of rules, but we expect that all our institutions really help in terms of written communication, oral communication, again, critical thinking, problem solving, et cetera, that they address those particular outcomes that are critical for the students to live with. So it's a much more comprehensive. I'll just describe what we focused on, the general curriculum.
Dr. Reyes, if I understand it, every university within the UT system uses the CLA. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Dr. Markwood, UT has some that use the CLA, or excuse me, A&M uses some that uses the CLA and some that use another methodology, but they ultimately are compiled into, regardless of whether it's CLA or whatever, they're given definitions, and it flows into a single report that can rate the various universities. And I'm absolutely certain that between the two of you, you both think that you have the best system. I wouldn't doubt that.
Of course,
absolutely.
But I guess my observation is the UT system is also used, if I understood it, by 1,000 other universities, or is that
the members of the CLA? I forgot the specific. The Council for Aid and Education has almost 1,000 institutions nationwide, not just from Texas, but nationwide.
Okay.
And that's why we like it, because it's a national standard. It's not just a local standard that we follow.
Okay, and I guess, Dr. Markwood, that would be my question. If we have a system that is national and it is consistent, I guess that would be the correct word. Why did A&M elect to use a different type of system?
Well, I can't speak for all of the campuses of the A&M system. I can speak for ours, and the way that we approach the assessment of critical thinking is and some of these other areas, a much more portfolio-based approach, which has been very successful and very useful for us. In the end, I'm not so sure it's all that much more expensive to undertake as we work it into the natural and assessment process of what our faculty are doing on a daily, a weekly, a semesterly, and an annual basis. But it is one, I think, that has been very meaningful for both the students on our campus and the faculty who are involved in that process, and has really helped to drive curricular change and curricular development on our campus, which ultimately improves that student learning, which is the ultimate goal. That's not to say that those campuses that use the CLA don't achieve the same result. But in the end, I think for us, it's not so much how we get there, which I think we have to take into consideration. I strongly urge us to take into consideration the nature of the institution, the history of that institution, and the nature of the students. But it's the result. Are we getting the result? Is that result transparent, and is it easy to understand? And much like UT, I know the A&M Empower U website is open to the public. The results are there. People can go in and read and understand and have a clear understanding of where Texas A&M University Corpus Christi has been with regard to the assessment of whatever it is you're looking at, where we want to go, what problems we identified, and what changes that we are going to make.
Excellent. And Rex, the other systems, Texas Tech, Texas State, do you know offhand what systems they utilize?
No, I don't specifically. I do know that in beginning my own review of the core curriculums that have been submitted, that there are institutions that use the CLA, there are institutions that use the portfolio approach, there are institutions that are using both of them at the same time. And I may be mistaken about this, but I think Tech actually uses both the CLA and the portfolio approach. Because I think it's important to remember that assessment occurs at three levels primarily, and that's at the course level, program level, and institutional level. And the assessments that are valuable at a course level may be slightly different at a program level, and may be slightly different at an institutional level. And the institution may want to look at different things than the program wants to look at or the course wants to look at. And so, and on all of this, I think, has to also recognize, as Dr. Gardner pointed out, that institutions are different. And I was talking to a group yesterday about transfer issues a little bit, and and I think that a lot of this stuff is also going to be very helpful with allowing institutions to look at what other institutions are doing and recognize that those courses are just as valuable at the other institution and help with transferability. But at the same time, while you're trying to pursue some kind of uniformity and standardization of things, we also do have to recognize how do we deal with the integrity of the programs themselves and what they're trying to accomplish, and the culture of the institutions that you're dealing with, who, as Dr. Gardner pointed out, may have slightly different aims. And so, but I do think it's important to recognize that the institutional effectiveness movement, so to speak, has been around for 20 plus years, and I don't think that institutions often get the kind of credit that they deserve for actually having pursued that agenda and having pursued it in a big way. And I think what you've heard this morning is that while there are a lot of different approaches to assessment, there are different ways of doing this. All of them have ultimately the goal of trying to improve the student learning outcomes and to try to verify and make sure that when students exit a course, a program, or an institution, that they actually have learned something, not only in terms of their subject matter knowledge of their major, but also in terms of those soft skills that will serve them well.
Absolutely. And I just want to thank you so very much for educating us a little bit. And Dr. Gardner, I think it's become very obvious how difficult this is to figure out just what is needed, and each institution has its own goals and its own ideas, and of course that individuality has to be certainly appreciated and understood. And at the same time, as a coordinating board, we want to know what works and what doesn't. Rex, I would like to have a little more information on the other systems and to see what they're using exactly. Are there other questions, members? David?
Yeah. So you're not the only industry that's trying to deal with measuring outcomes. And, ultimately it boils down to the value equation, which, as you probably understand, outcomes divided by costs. And so you have to make the case, or you're presupposing you're going to have to make the case, and most of that's going to be focused on things that are expensive, high costs, things that have high variability between institutions or between operators, and those that have high utilization. So moving the needle a little bit with high utilization could have a measurable impact in that regard. I'm struck that we're really not looking at these necessarily as outcomes, but as learning objectives, because outcomes means you have to measure it. And that would have a measurement that would need to be, by its very nature, objective. And the criticism I've heard by these transfer of these is that institution doesn't have the level of rigor, the students aren't learning at the level that they would at my institution, and the real question is are we really able to objectively measure rigor, and are we able to show in the evidence, in the scientific evidence, education evidence, that these are meaningful and measurable, that all these efforts are meaningful and measurable, and are we moving the needle to the right, if you will?
Okay. Let me add a couple points in regard to what you were saying. Specifically with our voluntary transfer compacts, we've developed a process where we're actually looking at performance when a student moves from one institution to another, as well as performance of those students at that institution. How well are they actually doing? So is it the transfer institution, or is there an issue in that class itself? But you have to have the objectives for the courses in place before you know that. So But even there, I think it's important to note that faculty have been told they need to know these things when they leave, but it doesn't mean they can't know some additional things, and it doesn't mean you can teach them in different ways. The same thing applies to the college outcomes, in that those things I was talking about are in addition to those things everybody would expect. You know, if you, again, using electrical engineering, there's things electrical engineers have to know. There may be some unique things at a school that they might know. At one time, you say in sociology, you knew what the Chicago school meant, the Columbia school meant, that they all were sociologists, but there were unique things they brought to the field. And so that was a difference. But I absolutely agree, Mr. Hahn, you need to have those basic things in place. The final thing I'd like to mention is we've talked a lot about competency-based education, and we haven't really mentioned that today, but that ties into this as well. And so as that movement is going on, and as people are working at that, it's going to contribute to this in significant kind of ways. And so I think that's one thing we have to look for, and I think the programs that this is just starting this month finally is getting kicked off between South Texas College and Texas A&M Commerce, competency-based program. They're developing competencies, and they know that those competencies they don't own them. They're available to any other institutions in the state that want them, at least as a starting point. So there's a lot going on out in institutions right now, and I think it's moving in the right direction, and we're all paying attention. But I think I think just in the last 5 years, there's been a lot of movement. Actually, I was encouraged to hear that maybe the portfolios aren't as expensive as I might have thought. I think portfolios are actually a great aspect. My own daughter has to turn in a writing portfolio as a sophomore this year because they want to assess where she is before she goes any further at her school. And we'll have to have a capstone experience and comps. They have to take comps at her school in every major. So there are different ways of doing things, but we have to find what works well and also do things that they're really integrated and people pay attention to. And I think what you're hearing about are the institutions that are doing these things are actually paying attention to what they get. They're not just producing numbers for other people. And so I think you would agree that when you do things where there's really the feedback loop where they lead to improvement, that's as important as the other comparisons as well.
Well, and I guess that's what I'm asking, that you have two variations of how to measure these things. Have they been scientifically proven at high levels of evidence that they actually can move the ball? I mean, do they make a difference? It's a fabulous exercise in self-analysis, but if it's not going to improve outcomes or lower costs, why are we doing it?
We have evidence that to point to that fact. I mean, and it's not just within the University of Texas system, but it's nationwide. And I'd be happy to collect some of that information and bring it to Dr. Gardner, and so that he can share it with you. The ultimate outcome really is the feedback we get from industry and from employment. And we are on that at this point, because we have to close the loop there. 5 years out, 1 year out, et cetera, so that we could really test whether they had problem-solving abilities. I mean, even though they tested well, but we need to understand it from a practical point of view. And at least in my system, we're attempting to get that information right away.
I would like to follow up on Dr. Tesser's question, and he's pretty much addressed most of what I was wanting to ask. And you know, this controversy with regard to how we're going to define learning outcomes is something that we're probably not going to settle overnight, and it's been going on for a while, and it's probably going to continue to go on for a while. But you know, the question is, and I'm glad you said just what you said, because ultimately the true judge as to how industry is going to interpret how well they're the ultimate judge in terms of how well these outcomes realistically are. But do we have a place, or we begin to formulate a plan in terms of how we're going to remediate this potential information with regard to perhaps outcomes that are not up to standard, in terms of what are we going to do and how we're going to identify it and how we're going to fix it? Now, let me make one other comment. We've been told by studies before that outcomes are closely related to the quality of instructions that's given in the classroom. And of course, we've been concerned as a board in terms of trying to improve the quality of our colleges of education across the state so we can produce better teachers. But in our collegiate levels, we don't have a basic requirement for college instructors to take formal courses in education so they can learn how to effectively teach what they know. Now, is there any comment on that for me, if you would?
Be happy to do so. And in our institutions, we have centers for teaching effectiveness. And one of the first things that we do is we ask assistant professors, people who just got their PhDs, to come over and spend time on how to learn how to teach. I mean, many times some of those folks never been exposed to teaching other than what they saw at the university, at their own institutions. That's a very important program that we have in place in almost every institution in our system, in the academic side. But it's not only for assistant professors, it's also for senior professors who have been doing this for a long time, and sometimes they need a little rejuvenation. And so we invite them and incentivize this. I mean, we also have a post-tenure review program that is really, really critical of that. I'm not critical, I'm sorry. Has high expectations for great teaching. And if you don't do well, there is going to be a remediation plan that will be written up for you. And this policy was just passed 2 years ago. And so we're in the process of this. It's not just give me the student, analysis or the student assessment of your teaching, but bringing in professionals to see, observe, and peers the quality of teaching that is taking place. And that's going on, at least in our institution.
I saw some of this as our community college task force traveled the state. There's certain pockets within the state where a lot of this is being done by providing faculty with a resource center where they can continually hone their skills. And as you said, some of the senior faculty may have been around a long time and are effective teachers, but they need to learn how to embrace new technology in the classroom. And so, a lot of this, I think, hinges on our ability to keep our faculty current and effective in the classroom with new teaching methods and new technology, because the student of today doesn't learn like we did. We all know that. And so, again, relating back to some of the studies that we've heard in the past, is that outcomes are closely related to quality of instruction. So I'm glad that y'all are doing that. Thank you.
Okay, are there any? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Doctor.
I was just going to add as an additional illustration that many of those same things are happening at other campuses. At our campus, A&M Corpus Christi, we have a requirement for all first-year faculty to go through a new faculty seminar series offered by our Center for Faculty Excellence, and it meets once a week for both semesters. In addition to that, and it goes through everything from understanding who our students are in South Texas through 21st century learning methods to understanding our assessment processes and expectations. On top of that, because we are moving much more towards technology-based, at least infusion in our educational delivery, we also require our faculty, all new faculty now, to go through 40 hours of online instruction, understanding best practices for infusing technology into your courses. So those two requirements are expected now of all new faculty coming in to our campus.
Thank you.
Okay, one final comment.
Yeah, so I think it's great you're doing a faculty development course, but what about maintaining that level of certification among your senior faculty? There are new teaching methods. Why are they not coming back? I mean, every other field is doing that. So are you thinking about doing something like that?
Actually, we already do. One of the reasons that, well, I shouldn't say one of the reasons we did it, it became very easy to implement the requirement because as we began offering for example, the technology infusion-based courses, of the 350 faculty that we had on campus, 250 had either started or completed that process. Our faculty aren't resistant, haven't shown themselves to be be resistant to those offerings. Rather, they're receiving them and consuming them as fast as we can offer them. So we offer that continual development for all of our faculty. We've just now been able to make it a requirement for all of the new faculty because so many of the others have already completed the process.
And that is not an uncommon phenomenon at colleges and universities across the state that have professional development centers or teaching and learning centers that do exactly those kinds of things.
John, one final comment.
Well, I just wanted to thank you gentlemen for taking the time to come talk to us about this, and this has been very impressive. And I just wanted to, and I'm sorry I didn't catch your name, but the fellow right here that works for the coordinating board, am I correct?
Yes, that's right, James.
So I just wanted to tell you that was an outstanding presentation. Now, you said you've been with the coordinating board for 12 years?
That's correct.
Tell me if just a little bit about yourself, your educational background.
All right. I received my undergraduate degree from the University of Texas here at Austin, and I received my doctoral degree from the University of North Texas up in Denton.
Well, good. So you're a PhD? Yeah.
That's correct.
Good job. Just wanted to tell you that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Certainly a lot more work to be done, Rex.
Yeah.
Okay. The next item is the recognition of excellence. Recognition of excellence is meant to showcase models of excellence within the education community and highlight the outstanding work of our faculty and administrators and institutional programs around our state. I would, come on up, I would like to point out there are some posters over on my right side of the wall. They are posters related to today's award with Temple College, and I encourage everyone to look at those and to read about these excellent programs. Temple College's Texas Bioscience Institute was recently honored with the 2013 Texas Higher Education Star Award. This is an innovative STEM program that has significantly increased students pursuing STEM-related studies. With us today to explain the program is Dr. Glenda Baron. Is that correct? Barron. Okay. Well, I'm from West Texas, so okay. Glenda Barron.
She's one of my kind.
Okay. All right. President of Temple College, Daniel Spencer, Associate Vice President of Academic Outreach and Extended Programs with Temple College, Dr. Robert Mueller, Superintendent of the Killeen Independent School District, and Dr. Richard Beswick. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Senior Vice President for Research and Assistant Dean for Research, Texas A&M University College of Medicine at the Temple campus. Welcome.
Thank you.
And congratulations for a marvelous program. We want to hear about it.
Well, we are delighted to be here to talk to you today about the Texas Bioscience Institute. And hopefully many of you know where Temple, Texas is. It's been interesting. I've been at Temple now almost 6 years, and one of the things people tell me is the only thing I know about Temple is that the Starbucks is right next to an exit that you can get on and off of I-35. So it's interesting that that's what people know us for. We are on I-35. We're about 60 miles north of Austin. It takes us about an hour to get here. Temple's population is about 67,000. It continues to grow annually. The healthcare industry is the big deal in Temple. Scott & White, now known as Baylor Scott & White Healthcare System, is the big employer in Temple. And the Central Texas Veterans Healthcare System is located there as well. The college, this is like I'm doing two things at once with my left hand, so give me a minute to get adjusted. I wanted to give you a little background on Temple College. Created in 1926 by the public school district. So it was under the oversight of the school board until 1957. Where it moved to a separate location. It had been taught in the basement of the high school. moved to a separate location on land that was given by the federal government that had been used as a prisoner of war camp. During World War II, we had German prisoners of war housed on the location where we now sit. We are a medium-sized institution. Our enrollment is just under 6,000 students. We have 17 school districts in our service area. Our taxing district is the City of Temple, Temple ISD, and we have a branch campus maintenance tax in Hutto ISD. Our service area is part of Bell County. We share the other part of Bell County with Central Texas College in Killeen, part of Williamson County, and most of Milam County. So if that gives you some sense of where our service area is located. Temple College is located probably 8 blocks from Scott and White. The hospital and all is located really close to TC. They're up on the hill and we're sort of in the valley. And we are, our next door neighbor is the Veterans Health Care Center. So we are ideally located when you're talking about health care in that part of Central Texas. And so our next slide gives you a sense of how Temple is located related to other, when you talk about health related, we are sort of in the center of things. This gives you some sense of that, of all the other partners that are there. And so the Temple area made a lot of sense when you're talking about STEM education, and that's where we're headed today. Temple faced this challenge. How do you align education with local and state economic development? And when you look at this slide, I think you will see the kinds of things with the healthcare programs that are going on with that focus in Temple, that the decision was made that we needed to focus on STEM education. And Dr. Beswick is going to talk about how TBI came about.
My name is Richard Beswick. I'm the Senior VP for Research for Scott & White, now Baylor Scott & White Healthcare. Let me first of all start by telling you in terms of how the Bioscience District actually started. In 2001, I think the most important initiative that's probably come out of Temple actually occurred between the partner systems within the group who decided at that time that Temple didn't want to be just a small city outside of Austin. They realized that there was some sort of growth initiatives, that this growth needed to be in the form of biosciences, technology. The hospital system was fairly small at that time. The hospitals, the universities, the different groups actually came together and said, hey, look, you know, who do we want to be? Let's put together some sort of identification in terms of what Temple, what Central Texas is going to be. But in order to do that, you know, the groups had to come together and say, well, if we want to be a bioscience and a technology mecca, we need to have some sort of workforce development in order to be able to do that. That is one of our biggest initiatives right now within the community, because our ultimate objective is to be able to get more nurses, to get more scientists, to get more people who can man all of these different technologies. You're never going to get a large biopharmaceutical company or medium-sized or even small biopharmaceutical company move to an area if there is no workforce development. There's no one that understands the science and technology that's involved in relation to those particular jobs. So the TBI, or the Biosciences Institute, was created as a means to be able to develop this workforce, to be able to have laboratory technicians, to be able to have scientists, to be able to have clinicians that are involved, to be able to support the hospital system. Because at that time, the plans were to grow. And to really give you some examples of how the system has grown over the last 15 years, and it's actually astounding to me how things are changing so quickly. In 2001, Scott & White was roughly about a 3-hospital system with maybe 5 clinics that were tied to the system. In 2010, Scott & White became the 6th largest physician-run organization with 800 physicians within our system. We have since as of September of this year, now merged with Baylor in Dallas, and we are now the largest healthcare system in the entire state, with 7,000 physicians that are on board, as well as 48 hospitals, 500 clinics, and we're still continuing to grow. And my understanding is that there probably will be another merger shortly that will come throughout the system. But in all of this, the research within our system has grown substantially. We have gone from roughly 10 clinical trials, clinical offerings within the community, within just Central Texas, to now being 1,800 clinical trials across the system. We have gone from a small outskirt of education to now having 450 medical students and the main medical campus for Texas A&M. We have 4 pharmaceutical development facilities within the Scott and White to develop new drugs, and we've developed 8 drugs within the last 6 years that are going to be coming to market soon. We have increased our basic sciences on the campus from being 0 to now being over 150 basic scientists that are developing different technologies and developing different sciences within the community. And we've also attracted various groups, like Acer has recently moved into the community. We have a large pharmaceutical company that will be, that's already there but expanding, which is Unique Pharmaceuticals, that helps to support the hospital system. We're opening up a new facility that the state has just given us to help to further develop jobs and within technology. And we've also said, well, all of this stuff that we've started to put together need to be expanded. So on top of that, a few years ago, this group once again decided to purchase an old Texas Instruments building on the outskirts of Texas that we developed into our West Campus, as we call it now. It's roughly 500 acres. It has one building that has 500 square feet of space, and we've developed 150,000 square feet of that space into research. We have a Cancer Research Institute, as seen here, which is a CRI. In between the CRI and the IRM, which is our Institute for Regenerative Medicine, which is the largest regenerative group in the Southwest, we have the newest institute, which is our Institute for Translational Medicine. We also have about 30,000 square feet of animal space within this group, as well as the Biosciences Institute that's located right in the middle of all of this technology that's actually occurring around them. So going back to the decision, it was monumental, should I say. I have to say that again. It was monumental in terms of the decision to move forward with the development of TBI, because TBI has helped us to bring new doctors forward, to bring new folks to support all of this growth that's happening in Central Texas. Our workforce is there. The STEM technologies has advanced us to the point where we have different groups that are now moving into the area because we do have the workforce to help to support them.
Thank you. Dan? I'm Daniel Spencer, Associate Vice President for Academic Outreach, and I have administrative control over the TBI. As Dr. Beswick had said, from early discussions concerning employers' needs for researchers, it was early recognized that the mission of TBI had to be related to increasing that pipeline of workers to meet the needs of the emerging industry and employer needs in Temple and the surrounding area. We also used the national and state focus on STEM to capitalize and actually create the TBI model. As you can see from this model, it represents 3 interlocking links that together form a pathway from education to employment. Local demographics showed that there were several different groups that could be tapped for possible workers dual credit students from expanding programs in various high schools in our homeschool network, military personnel who muster out of Fort Hood on a monthly basis, many of whom remain in Central Texas, many who have partial degrees or technical experience that fit well within the STEM career fields. Displaced workers and right-sized workers that came out of the healthcare field and other industries that need retraining. And finally, new workers entering the workforce who have interest in STEM-related high-skilled wage jobs. The second link there shows the types of flexible education opportunities that are required by these targeted groups so that they have multiple entrance and exit points in the system to be able to move in and go back and forth within the education opportunities. And then the final link there is actually the career and employment link. And of course, with the major focus on STEM careers and the different types of emerging pharmaceuticals that Dr. Beswick mentioned, the employment possibilities both on the state, local, and national level are pretty numerous. The infrastructure, like Dr. Beswick said, to be effective had to be located within that research complex on Scott and White's West Campus. Scott and White renovated the space after they took over the Texas Instruments building and provided 7 classroom spaces, 5 science labs, which include a chemistry lab, a general biology lab, an anatomy and physiology lab, a biotechnology lab, and a microbiology lab. They also supply us with administrative and faculty office space, and then the innovative auditorium, which can be used not only for group lectures, but video conferencing capabilities to other campuses across the Temple College branch campuses. The faculty and learners are supported through the use of various technology and software. This provides the learner support where they can approach learning in cutting-edge fashion. Even our students, as you can see, have a 24-hour tutorial. They can go ahead and get assistance at 2 a.m. when they're working on quadratic equations, chemistry homework, or even trying to write their term papers. TBI offerings. Students at the TBI have a variety of education opportunities. The degrees that we offer provide them an opportunity for transfer work, or for those students who want to get education and training and go immediately into the workforce, we have the Associates of Applied Science degree. The Biotechnology Advanced Technical Certificate can be used for students who have degrees and maybe need to be retrained and have the prerequisites necessary to fit within the biotechnology program. This can be done in as little as 1 year within the way the curriculum is designed. We also have, for those biotechnology students that achieve their biotech degree, we have a specialization in genetic-related research and protein research in the Genetic and Proteomics Enhanced Skill Certificate. The final program that we offer is a Laboratory Animal Technician Apprenticeship Program. Dr. Beswick mentioned the use of small and medium animal vivariums by the research community, and these entities take specialized work staff that are trained in how to work with the researchers and how to work and keep the animals healthy. This program is unique. It's one of the first of its kind. It is an on-the-job training program where Scott and White actually hires these positions. Once they're employed, they're required to do 2,000 hours of on-the-job training with 146 credit hours of instruction that is coordinated by Scott and White and Temple College staff. The Associates of Arts in General Studies with a focus in STEM provides students with flexibility options for those students who may not be able to decide quite which STEM area they'd like to pursue at the higher level. This also provides foundational work in the STEM areas that fit into most higher degree programs. Central Texas and Temple College have a partnership that provide the support course academics subjects that the students can work on outside the TBI program and complete their associate's degree. Temple College provides a designated academic advisor for TBI students who can assist learners with their transition to college-level work, work on their academic planning, work with credit transfer and reverse credit transfer. If they complete their degree at the four-year universities, they can reverse transfer that credit back and get their associate's degree. The advisor also works on the students, on student success strategies, encouraging students to move towards student success and capitalize on some of the services towards student success that the college offers. The Associate of Applied Science degree in biotechnology is flexibly oriented, where the first year of curriculum is flexibly arranged so that students can take the required foundation coursework in an independent fashion. Once they reach the second year, however, they are immersed in biotechnology-related courseworks, and that second year of curriculum also provides the framework for our advanced certificate in biotechnology, where they can do that second year in that one-year retraining program. The internships for the biotechnology internship serve as a capstone experience, and many of the researchers that Dr. Beswick mentioned at the Southwest or Scott and White West Campus and other research institutions in Temple support the program and have those students. Many of our local researchers have hired our students once they've witnessed what they can do in the internship setting. Our dual credit STEM program provides many students with an opportunity to study advanced STEM coursework that is unavailable at their local high school. The STEM intensive curriculum is organized for students in 2 half-day sessions, an AM and an AM morning session and PM afternoon session, where the students come to the TBI, spend half a day, and then the rest of the day on their home high school campus. Learners have a set curriculum during the first year. The second year, they have a flexibility of choice to follow some of the generalized STEM-focused degree pathways that were on the previous slide that were mentioned. On alternate Fridays, students attend the Friday lecture series or tutorial sessions that we alternate from week to week. The Friday lecture series provides an opportunity for these students to have audience with volunteer researchers or career experts in STEM fields and actually work one-on-one with them to find out what ongoing research is being done. Compare relative learning concepts with what they're learning at the TBI in their classes, and also look at what kind of career sets and skill sets are needed to be successful in STEM careers. Many students state that the lectures help solidify their career goals or change their academic pathway choices. Other dual credit STEM program activities include the Student Preparatory Orientation Training Session or SPOTS Camp. This is held yearly before the start of the fall semester. It helps the junior dual credit students transition into college level work. It provides engagement activities where they get to interact with upper level peer classmates, orientate to Temple College and its many services that we provide through the college, and also review strategies that are linked to student success. The SPOTS Camp is followed by the White Coat Ceremony, where students and parents can celebrate the learner's academic achievement as he or she is inducted into the TBI STEM program. The TBI Silver graduation cord symbolizes a student's efforts to go beyond the classroom for experiential learning, and you can see the different areas of the experiential learning that they get to participate in. One other foundational engagement activity that we have at the TBI is the Summer Algebra Preparatory Institute. This is a leveling experience for many of our students because they come from so many different high schools and have so many different levels of math skills. This is a summer course that they go ahead and take, and it provides the skill sets necessary to be covered so they can be successful in their math-related gateway courses once they start in the fall semester. The final and flagship engagement activity, in my estimation, at the TBI is the Undergraduate Summer Research Institute. It's a competitive process, and if students are accepted, they actually spend 10 weeks as a active member of a undergraduate research team with a research mentor overseeing their work. We've, to date, this program is help funded by an NSF grant called the Central Texas Two-Step Project. It provides paid intern stipends for these students so that they don't have to decide whether to work for the summer to earn dollars for furthering their education or participate in the education activity. To date, 100 students have participated in the program, with 2 students at the junior high school level achieving publication in related scientific journals for their work. To have a program success, you have to have participation. As you can see from these slides, the apprenticeships program being a small program and related to the needs and use of the vivariums by the various researchers, this program has limited participation so far, but as research opportunities unfold and more use of the research vivariums are made, this program will tend to grow. The dual credit STEM program continues to see increased interest and interest by students wanting to pursue STEM education. Our biotechnology program, as the economy slowly recovers and the nation slowly focuses on biotechnology and research, it is hoped that the focus in that area will help that program grow as well. When promoting the TBI, I often say that it is education done right. We get as much from the students as we give them. Be it the apprenticeship student that has had less than a stellar K through 12 experience, who now is inspired by the researchers she works with, or the STEM dual credit graduates receiving their associate's degree before their high school diploma, or the biotechnology advanced certificate student who was downsized in the computer industry and now has a new career challenge in bioinformatics. Our success is reflected in the student's success. The TBI has received various recognitions and awards as it's been implemented. We'd like to share a few of the most important ones to us. The Bellwether Award, which recognizes the unique collaborations involved in creating and supporting a program focused on the education to work model. The Texas Skills Standards Boards in the power it gives to our students who actually, if they relocate nationwide, they can take that standard recognition with them and prove that they've achieved proficiency in biotechnology skill standards. And then, of course, the most recent award is the STAR Award, which we most humbly thank the coordinating board for. It reaffirms that the TBI continues to strive towards excellence in providing opportunities to our students in our community.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert Muller. I'm Superintendent at Killeen Independent School District, and I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you on behalf of the Texas Bioscience Institute. I know Mr. Huckabee knows quite a bit about Killeen ISD, but I would like to say just a couple of things about the school district. We serve the communities of Killeen, Nolanville, Harker Heights, and the Army military installation Fort Hood. Fort Hood is one of the largest installations in the United States, with about 42,000 troops that are currently stationed there, and that includes the 7,600 that are currently deployed. We are located about 15 miles west of Temple. Killeen ISD has grown from an enrollment of 31,355 students in 2002-2003 to a peak enrollment of 41,969 students in 2012-13. We employ 6,400 staff and support personnel to educate and serve students on 55 separate campuses. 9 of those campuses are on the grounds of Fort Hood itself, or inside the gates of Fort Hood. Approximately 50% of our student population are military family members. Killeen ISD operates 4 comprehensive 5A high schools. Our student population is rather diverse. We are 33% African American, 28% Hispanic, 28% white, 6% 2 or more races, and 5% other ethnicities. The relationship between Killeen ISD and Temple College began actually back in 2006 when on February 14th, the KISD Board of Trustees entered into an interlocal agreement. Now, since that time, the program has truly exceeded the expectations of both the trustees and the staff. TBI has become known as a school where you go if you are serious about studying science, math, engineering, and technology. By attending TBI, KISD students join other students from other districts who are serious about these same subjects. TBI is a place where students can interact with researchers and physicians, and really a place where they can gain experiences that simply are not available in the comprehensive high school. Students become eligible to enroll by successfully completing Algebra 2, as well as achieving a determined score on the Accuplacer exam. They also need recommendations from staff and write an essay on their long-term goals. Since the program began, 516 KISD students have attended, and that includes the current 83 students who are there this semester. Approximately 32% of these students, of these 516, have been military family members. 17% have been Hispanic, 11% Asian, 30% African American, and 38% white. Of the students, around 50% have graduated with an associate's degree from Temple College. And I believe, although I don't have it exactly, I believe the ethnicities of those who have earned the associate's degree pretty much track those that reflect the student enrollment in the program. Killeen ISD is a little bit different of the other schools that participate in that we weight our grade points for dual enrollment, advanced placement, and international baccalaureate courses the same. Therefore, some of our best and brightest students attend TBI. We have several valedictorians and salutatorians who have come from completing their high school at the TBI institution. We do not charge students for dual enrollment, whether they attend CTC or Temple College. The students, as has been mentioned, attend for a half a day. They go for 4 courses at TBI, and they take 3 courses at their home campus. Students can choose to go in the morning or in the afternoon, and KISD provides transportation to and from the Institute. Fort Hood has been very supportive of the district's involvement in the bioscience program. Sometimes we're asked, particularly by our military family members, about the transferability of dual enrollment to institutions of higher learning outside the state of Texas. But I will tell you that Temple College has been instrumental in being able to demonstrate that the STEM curriculum that is offered is very rigorous, and to actually show that the acceptance, while the acceptance of credits is up to each institution, many have readily accepted the courses earned there. We also have a very strong enrollment with Central Texas College. During the 2012-2013 school year, 410 students were enrolled and taking 1,264 courses. And those numbers are actually down for us. This year we have over 600 students enrolled in dual enrollment at CTC. We also have Texas A&M Central Texas, located there in Killeen. Texas A&M Central Texas actually allows students with 30 eligible hours to enroll at their university. Parents are very appreciative of the opportunity for high school students to earn dual enrollment hours that apply to a bachelor's degree while they were still in high school. Speaking for Killeen ISD, students can take advantage of dual enrollment opportunities both during high school and post-high school, earn 30 hours of credit and or associate's degree, and enroll in Texas A&M Central Texas, and receive a bachelor's degree for a cost of about $15,000. What an incredible bargain. And it's one that we talk all over our community constantly about to our parents. I did ask our 4 high school principals what their thoughts on TBI were. Each one of them was very complimentary, very supportive of the program. I would like to read you one that came from Killeen High School. That particular principal is Susan Buckley. And she says, our TBI program is invaluable to students who are wishing to pursue a degree in the math or science field. Students have the opportunity to take college-level courses with a focus on math and science, which gives them a head start on their degree plan. TBI students experience the rigorous courses, stress, and time management demands that typical freshmen experience away from home. But TBI students have the support and encouragement of their family during this transition. The benefit of the TBI program is that when they do leave home for college, they are academically and emotionally prepared and aware of the rigor and demands of college-level work, which makes the separation much smoother. I guess in summary, I would just say that I appreciate again the opportunity to speak on behalf of TBI. It is very deserving of the recognition it is receiving today.
Thank you, panelists. I think you know how proud we are of winning.
As well, you should be.
Of winning the award. I want to point out that Killeen is in the taxing district for Central Texas College. They are not in Temple College's service area or taxing district. And that says a lot for the commitment that Killeen School District has made. Their school board support, the superintendent's support, the principal's support, that bring those students to Temple, to the Bioscience Institute, bus them twice a day, and pay the tuition and fees and provide the books. It is an amazing experience. Now, we have our school districts that are in our service area who do some of the same thing, but it's different when it's out of district. We have a good relationship with Central Texas College. They provide the dual credit that completes the degree, the English, the history, those kinds of things. We serve the math and science for those students, and I think it's a great partnership. You saw that list of all of our partners. It's pretty amazing.
So the school districts themselves pretty much pay the cost?
It varies from district to district. Right. And up until, when was the big crash? 2008, 2009, when funding changed. At that point, many of the school districts were no longer able to continue it. Killeen has been able to do it. They were committed to it because for them it's an important contribution for their students to be able to do that.
I know that's certainly been an issue throughout the state with dual college. You know, the local school districts' lack of funds was, in many cases, they were unable to continue those programs because of the cost. Well, you certainly are much deserving of the award, and we certainly want to lift you up and again remind the audience that there are posters over there that you can look at on our right side of the wall. It'd be the audience's left. Members, are there any comments?
Dr. Mueller?
Yes.
You caught my attention with that $15,000 degree. Mm-hmm. Take me through that again. I wasn't focused on it like I should have been. But.
Well, it's one of the things we talk about. We have a very close relationship with Temple College. We also have a very close relationship with Central Texas College in terms of our dual enrollment program. One of the questions that we have talked about at the trustee level is whether we continue to pay for the tuition for that program. We actually considered at one point charging tuition or charging a certain amount for students who would engage in dual enrollment. That has led to that drop, we think, that we showed from the data last year. We did not implement that, but just the discussion alone kind of happened around when kids were enrolling for their course selection for this year, or for last year. And so that discussion had a little bit of a chilling effect on our dual enrollment. But we were very supportive of Central Texas College, and students can actually earn a number of hours in dual enrollment. They can actually leave our high school, matriculate into either Temple College or Central Texas College, and then go on into Texas A&M Central Texas and receive a bachelor's degree for about, I think it's actually less than $15,000 a year. I mean, $15,000 total.
That's really amazing.
It is amazing. It's an incredible opportunity for students. And we try to talk about it as there is no excuse for not pursuing higher education.
Mr. Steen, a little over half of the students who start at TBI as juniors graduate. They shake my hand 2 weeks and get an associate degree 2 weeks before they get their high school diploma. Our graduation ceremony, we have one a year. It's in May, and our colors are black and gold. You probably figured that out. We're the leopards. That's why the spots camped and all. But we ask the high school students who are getting their associate degree to come in their school graduation. So we have students in red, we have students in blue, we have students in green, and they represent that whole array of those 18 schools that are part of the dual credit program.
Well, again, we just want to applaud you. It's a wonderful program. We're actually going to have security keep you, and we're going to put you with our Advise Texas group we're holding in the back. But thank you again very, very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations again. Okay, board members, the next item on the agenda is item number 6. Members, this is a new section of our agenda. As you know, the Coordinating Board Sunset Bill, Senate Bill 215, requires the board to engage in negotiated rulemaking when adopting policies, procedures, or rules relating to certain matters. Negotiated rulemaking is a process in which representatives from a government agency and affected groups negotiate the terms of a proposed administrative rule. Negotiated rulemaking has been statutorily authorized in Texas since 1997. This is the first time the board has engaged in this process. Today we have 3 sets of rules that have gone through the negotiated rulemaking process. And okay, Linda, Dan, and Mark are already here. So the first rule, rules relate to the allocation methodology of tuition equalization grants. Dan Weaver will provide an explanation. Dan?
And actually, I'm going to go ahead and go first.
Sorry,
That's
Linda.
okay.
I jumped ahead.
Since this is a new section of your agenda, we wanted to give a brief overview of the negotiated rulemaking process. And then I'm going to turn it over to Dan and Mark to actually talk about the proposed rules that are before you for your consideration. We began the negotiated rulemaking process for the development of these 3 sets of rules back in September by contacting all affected stakeholders and asking for nominations for committee members. And as the agency's alternative dispute resolution coordinator, I appointed the committee members for each of these committees in October, taking into account the size, location, and other factors of the institutions to ensure that there was a diverse group represented on each committee. For the Tuition Equalization Grant Committee, 16 representatives from private independent institutions of higher education, as well as 1 member representing the statewide organization, the Independent Colleges and Universities of Texas, or ICUT, participated on this committee. For the Be On Time Committee, 12 representatives from the same group of stakeholders participated on that committee. And for compliance monitoring, 27 representatives from public 2-year, 4-year health-related institutions, as well as private and independent institutions, participated. All 3 committees reached unanimous consensus on the proposed rules after meeting for one time in November here in Austin in our offices. Those proposed rules were then published in the Texas Register for a 30-day comment period. All 3 committees received public comments, and given the short timeline between the end of the 30-day comment and the board meeting, the facilitator for each committee submitted recommendations for how to respond to those public comments via email. And those recommendations were provided by the coordinating board's representative on each of the committees, and Dan Weaver served on the Be On Time and TEG committee, and Mark Pale served on the Compliance Monitoring Committee. Committee members could accept, reject, or modify the recommendations, and we're pleased to report that all committees reached unanimous consensus on the final rules that you will be considering today. I do want to note that 1 member of the Compliance Monitoring Committee submitted a no comment response, and in accordance with our board rules, the absence or silence of a member at the time the final consensus vote is taken is equivalent to agreement. So we are moving forward. Unless there are any other questions about the process, I'm going to turn it over to Dan to explain the proposed rules for the allocation methodology for tuition equalization grants.
Mr. Chairman, I have a quick question about the methodology. If everybody's in unanimous agreement with this, and of course I'm new to it, so help me understand this. Why wouldn't these be on the consent agenda?
Because the board still has the opportunity to question or maybe go back to the committee to, if you think that the committee didn't take something into consideration, or if you have particular issues, you could do that. So.
But since this is new, is everything that comes out of the negotiating rulemaking process going to come before the board?
Yes, sir. We did get permission from the board leadership to
come before the board in the sense of having a presentation as opposed to being on the consent list.
Yes, sir. Yes, and this is where you will get that presentation before you actually vote.
Could I ask a question? Does staff have input before y'all bring it? I mean, it's been vetted by the staff at this point.
Each committee has one staff member participating on the committee to represent the agency, and so that is how we have our input.
The bottom line is even with the negotiated rulemaking, it still comes to the board. We can approve or reject that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Going to create a whole lot of work for staff and those stakeholders that spent the time and effort to do it, but that is the final outcome. Is we do have the final authority to approve or reject the rulemaking.
Yes, sir. I was just asking why, if everybody's in agreement, why wouldn't these types of things be on the consent list?
Well, because the board may not be in agreement with what happened with the negotiated rulemaking.
So this is your one opportunity before you vote to hear what the process was, to hear what the rules do, and how they were agreed to. But you have the right to question, to ask for more information, to ask the committee to go back and think about something that they may have missed.
And for what it's worth, John, this is new to all of us.
Well,
so.
Of course, I have this previous experience, and when, you can spend a lot of time going through all these rules, but if everybody's agreed to them, many times those things on other agencies I've been involved in would just be on the consent list.
And that may be the case as soon as we get used to it. Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dan.
And I'll just follow up with your line of questioning. In this particular case, we actually got comments back during the comment period. So in a normal rulemaking process, if we don't get comments back, then they would tend to go to the consent calendar at the committee level. In this particular case, these were all new. We did get comments on each one of them, and whenever we get comments on rules that are posted, they always go to the committee and are presented, because it's the fair disclosure that comments did come in. We are going to make recommendations on changes or not make changes based on what the comments have been.
Yeah, thank you for helping me understand that. So it's the fact that you got comments on it.
I think as we learn, negotiated rulemaking is not intended to go to committee level. In this particular case, it's always going to come to the board, regardless of whether it gets comments or not. But just because you're new, the normal commenting process for rules, of which we have many, are heard at the committee level, and they go on consent if there isn't any comments that are made. So negotiated rules are a little bit different in that regard. And I would, as we learn, I would suspect that we'll make modifications if we need to. So,
go ahead, Dan.
Having said that, we got one comment back on the TEG rules. The TEG rules are about the allocation methodology. The committee was very collaborative in nature. The comment that came back was specifically around reviewing of the information that's collected, and they were asking a question of what does it mean to review? Do they have an opportunity to correct something, or are they just validating what their data, if it was accurate, that we captured it accurately from what they had previously submitted. We made a recommendation back to the committee to allow a 10-day review period so that the institutions could essentially validate that we had in fact captured the data correctly that they had submitted and then ran it through the formula correctly. So the comment, the recommended changes we incorporated at a 10-day review period. The overall rules for TEG essentially captured the prior practice for the program for the last many years. I won't go into very much detail on them unless you want to talk about them specifically. And I'm here to answer questions, and I'd ask for your approval.
Move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Second set of rules relate to the allocation methodology for be-on-time loans. These are for private independent institutions of higher education. Dan also will provide an explanation for these rules. Dan?
Be-on-time rules, as a result of Senate Bill 215, actually segregates out the funding mechanism for the program. So the public institutions contribute set-asides from designated tuition. The private institutions participate only when general revenue is appropriated. So there is general revenue appropriated, and in order to allocate that general revenue to the private institutions, we entered into rulemaking for that one particular segment of the Beyond Time program. It is a new rule within Beyond Time, so it hadn't had the long history that the TEG program had. The consensus was reached fairly quickly. We did have 2 comments back on Beyond Time, one from Austin College, who noted that we should include students that complete the TASFA as opposed to the FAFSA, and the TASFA is available to students that aren't able to complete the federal application for financial aid because they're not U.S. citizens or they don't have a Social Security number. Beyond Time is specific that you have to be eligible for federal financial aid, so that particular comment we denied essentially as it not being appropriate for the Beyond Time allocation because it would skew the numbers in one way or the other. The second comment was from UT Austin actually, in and around the same review period on the data that's being used. So we used the same language, this 10-day review period for the Beyond Time allocations also, to try to create some commonality within all of our allocations, because we'll be later talking to you about other financial aid programs, and we're going to try and capture the same type of language and the same practices on all those different programs. So we rejected the first comment, and then we accepted the second comment and revised it to look just like the TEG rule.
This is the program, the Beyond Time. There was a separation of the 4-year and 2-year institutions.
That also occurred in Senate Bill 215.
Okay.
So next year, community college students are ineligible to get a Beyond Time. The public universities or the contributing entities that contribute set-asides are going to be able to participate because they're funding the program.
Okay.
And then the private schools get general revenue.
David?
So just so I'm clear, there's statute that prohibits a Beyond Time applicant unless they're eligible for federal funding, and that's the reason why you're saying with the federal application, not the state application?
Again, these are the rules to determine the allocation methodology, and we're not determining student eligibility necessarily, but we want the allocation methodology to overlay on top of eligibility as much as possible.
Right, but it's in statute that you have to be eligible for federal funding.
Yes, sir.
As part of that. That's not an internal board rule.
No, sir, it's not.
Thank you. I move approval.
Is there a second? Any further discussion? If none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Finally, the third set of rules relate to the compliance monitoring function at the agency. Before we get to the rules, Mark Pale, Director of Internal Audit and Compliance Monitoring, will provide us with an update on this critical new function of the board. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Commissioner feels very strongly about the compliance monitoring function, and he asked that I provide just an overview of the function and sort of highlight the significance of what it is that we're charged to monitor. So with that in mind, I have a few slides to run through with you. This morning, is it still this morning? Barely this morning. Compliance monitoring is statutorily defined in Senate Bill 215. coming out of the 83rd legislature, and it was born of a finding that was put forth through the Sunset Review Commission. And when I began here about 2 years ago, as the early versions of the Sunset report were being issued and discussed, the importance of the compliance monitoring function was already very much on the mind of the commissioner at that time. And some of my first discussions with him, he made it clear that he wanted to get an early start on compliance monitoring, did not want to wait on the full lengthy process of the Sunset Commission report and the the end of that process through the legislative session, and what did we need to do to get something in place to get started early. So it was really a demonstrated commitment to be good stewards of funds and the activities that are entrusted to the coordinating board. Now, as you can see from your slides, we have a definition of this function really along two dimensions, and these are the ones that I guess I wanted to underscore to you, that these are the areas that we're charged with looking at. The first dimension is financial aid, and as referenced in the Sunset report, we're talking about almost $1 billion a year by the definition of financial aid that is incorporated into Senate Bill 215. And since these programs are deployed across the state and all sorts of higher ed institutions, the challenge is to develop a very smart, risk-based means of ensuring the compliant use of those funds. The second dimension is data or information, which is even, from a financial standpoint, even more significant than the first dimension. Here we're talking about formula funding, and that's, again, coming from institutions across the state, flowing into the coordinating board, and it's used in a variety of ways. First and foremost, for recommending the allocation of state funds to our institutions, and then also for a variety of policy-making decisions. So the total of almost $4 billion per year for formula funding, again, is a very significant number. And the challenge, as with financial aid, is to come up with a risk-based mechanism for evaluating the veracity of this information that's coming into the coordinating board, and being able to take a look at that. Compliance monitoring in this $1 billion area and $4 billion area, as Linda Battles just described, required a negotiating rulemaking process that we went through, and obviously we were very pleased that we were able to arrive at a unanimous consensus among the committee with the rule that's brought before you today. The rule very closely mirrors Senate Bill 215, which was pretty prescriptive in how it defined compliance monitoring. And I'll come back to the proposed rule in just a moment. I wanted to tell you a little bit about what we're looking at in compliance monitoring, and also relay a couple of thoughts about who's performing that work and how it's being performed. Our staff are well-qualified professionals. We continue to receive training to meet our responsibilities and to comply with auditing standards. This is not only required in legislation and in the proposed rule, but it's the right way to go about doing this activity. Our audit process is multi-stage and involves stakeholders from beginning to end. And we're as communicative as possible. We listen to feedback from those we audit, and we always strive to learn and grow and do things better and better as we go about conducting our work. We keep our university presidents and other officials in the loop, and really try to make sure that we don't have any surprises at the end of an audit engagement. One sort of word, I guess, about the risk factors that you'll see in the proposed rules, and just of note or probably of interest to the institutions that may be listening in to this presentation, is that to the extent that the institutions conduct their own review of the data that's associated with formula funding or student financial aid information compliance, that actually reduces the chance that we will come out and perform audit work at that institution. So there's definitely going to be a correlation between the work the institutions might conduct in monitoring and the work that we would conduct. The organizational structure that we have, just wanted to include this just to show that we have full access to the board as well as to the commissioner and executive management, and we're on the agenda of every AOC meeting. That concludes the short discussion on compliance monitoring. I just wanted to give you a brief overview. We're excited about where we've been, where we're at right now, and what we're looking at going forward in the future, and we appreciate the trust that's been placed in us and look forward to the challenge. And with that, I'll pause, see if there's any questions, and otherwise I'll have a couple of comments about the proposed rule.
Members, comments, questions? Proceed.
Okay. We got two comments on the proposed rule. One of them was really a minor editorial clarification that we put forth. We wanted to accept that particular comment. It's in section 5, and it was a one-word change of the word audit to monitoring, and we got unanimous consensus with our position on that. The other area related to some feedback that we got from ICUT, independent colleges and universities in Texas, and that comment was really pertaining to asking for more definition to be put into the rule, definition of terms of risk assessment and some other terms, and while it seems straightforward to add definition to the rule, it was actually difficult, and we ended up recommending not going with the suggested change because the rule was really crafted after SB 215, and SB 215 was pretty prescriptive in its definition of compliance monitoring. So we wanted to make sure that the proposed rule stayed true to that intent, and we felt like the concerns of ICUT were addressed within the procedures that the committee reviewed. We were able to show how the procedures provided definition of some of the terms that ICUT was asking about. And then even after that process, we had a discussion with ICUT and understanding their concern about whether, I think their concern was if we show up at an institution to conduct an audit, that maybe a student financial aid director or someone on their campus not understand our process, not understand who we are, where we're coming from, what our authority is, all those things. And so we discussed with ICUT that if we were able to create a website that we could point these institutions to and their staff and have frequently asked questions list and some things like that on our website, that I think that would go also a long ways towards addressing what the ICUT concerns. So the ICUT concerns were not incorporated into the proposed rule that you have before you. The committee unanimously agreed with that position, but I think that we're still able to address ultimately what ICUT's concerns were. And so with that,
where are we on the website?
It was just envisioned literally about 2 weeks ago, okay. So very early stages of that development. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I ask for your approval.
Questions, comments, members?
So would that website be developed and available before any further audits take place? I guess I'm asking the timing of this because...
Well, actually, the audits have been in progress for quite some time and are continuing. It's really it's an ongoing process. So we've already completed work for this year, the previous year. We have projects in progress as we speak. We're scheduling work for the remainder of the plan. So I guess the short answer is no. The work that's in progress right now is certainly we can't point the individuals to a website. But that being said, I think that we can visit with with our executive management and see how much priority we can put on getting the information out there as soon as possible.
Well, and I'm wondering if we don't go back to the institutions that had these suggestions and say, submit your frequently asked questions and we'll post them with our answer.
Yes, that's a good idea.
They're the ones that are going to have the questions, not us.
Right.
Mark, is there any significant change in the compliance monitoring that we've been doing before that we will be doing now, or?
Yes and no. I mean, I think that from the institution standpoint, what they see in the reviews that were conducted previously versus the ones that are now audits, I think that from an appearance standpoint, it would be the same. I think from a methodology standpoint, the change is somewhat significant because we went from not complying with auditing standards to adopting those standards that really sort of put an exclamation point on the rigor and the discipline and the documentation and everything that goes with issuing an audit report.
But from a historical basis, though, we've seen the institutions want to comply for the most part.
Yes.
It's just a matter of making sure that they understand what we need them to comply with.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Other comments?
Second.
Any other comments? There's no further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next agenda, and thank you, Chris. I know you have to depart. Next agenda item is number 7, matters relating to the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning, chaired by Bobby Jenkins. Bobby.
Agenda item 7A is the committee chair's overview, and this is a time for me to let you know about anything that's come up related to the committee's area of oversight. The biggest news to report is the updated online accountability system is now live for the universities, health-related institutions, TSTCs, and Lamar State colleges. Staff can redistribute the link to anyone who would like to look through it. For the benefit of our new board member, the accountability system was created in 2004 in response to an executive order by Governor Perry that directed the coordinating board and institutions of higher education to work together to develop a comprehensive system of accountability that tracks the performance of institutions on critical measures that exemplify excellence and efficiency in higher education. It has been recognized as one of the best accountability systems in the nation. So, agenda item 7B is public testimony on items relating to the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning. And we do not have anyone registered to testify, so we will go to the next agenda item. And that is agenda item 7C, which is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the board relating to proposed new sections to Chapter 1, Subchapter S, 1.213 through 1.219, board rules concerning the establishment of the Higher Education Strategic Planning Committee. Susan Brown, Assistant Commissioner, Planning and Accountability, will provide background information on this item. Susan?
Good morning.
Morning.
Barely. This basically, during the 83rd session, we now have to have rules for all of our committees. These rules are a little bit different because instead of having actual members of administration or faculty members from that are currently at institutions, for the higher ed strategic planning, we wanted to have members who are former regents, former trustees, former administrators, so that they are not tied directly to an individual institution and feel like they have to represent that institution, but we want them to take very much a statewide role. And so that is really the big difference between these rules for committee and other committees. And so if there's any other questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Members, any questions for Susan?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
Okay, and I'm going to take a picture because these are Tarrant County College students. and they want a picture with the board members up there along with their students. So
Everyone's smiling.
I'm going to try. Oops, and I'm doing something wrong. Okay, there we go. So smile, everybody. All right,
I think you
hopefully
got
that'll
it.
take.
Great. Thank you, Susan.
There is a $20 charge.
Yeah. It's what Harold's going to pay you.
That's right.
For that.
So the question is, will they have that picture behind their board?
Agenda item 7D is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the board relating to appointment of members to the Higher Education Strategic Planning Committee. Supplemental material for this item is provided, one of the yellow sheets that was provided today. David Gardner, Deputy Commissioner for Academic Planning and Policy, Chief Academic Officer, will discuss the members who have been recommended for this very important committee. David?
Yes. What we're asking you to do today is to give the board chair and vice chair the authority to actually approve the membership. We requested nominations back in December, and we had a January 10 deadline. We hadn't received enough nominations at that point. We sent out a reminder. We got more requests in, but in all cases, we didn't have contact information for the nominees, and we, of course, need to contact them before we alert you to them. I would like to say that, and also we have to look at certain things. We want to make sure that we've got representation from all sectors, that we have some ethnic and racial representation, gender representation, statewide geographic representation, so that all members don't come from a 10-square-mile area, which is sometimes the case. But I would like to tell you that the nominees have been incredible. We still have a couple calls out. We will have. Remember, as Susan said, all of these are people who are no longer serving as a president, chancellor, trustee, or regent, but the names are many you'll recognize. They're very prominent. This will be a very good committee. I know Dr. Tesher was hoping we could finish in a little shorter time than we anticipated. With such a good committee, it may be that there's a lot of agreement and we can move even more rapidly than we had anticipated, or it could be that there'll be a lot of diverse opinion. But I do believe we'll have a group that very well represents the state and represents several hundred years of experience that's really relevant to the state. So I can answer any questions, but I would anticipate that we'll get the final answers from people, I hope no later than Monday, and that we can send the entire list, not just to Mr. Hahn and Mr. Jenkins, but the entire board, so you'll be aware of them before they sign off.
In fact, David, before Bobby and I go over that, I would prefer that you send it to the board, all of the board members, just for them to review and make a comment if there is any before we make those appointments, if that's acceptable to the board.
I think that would be great to do that. We certainly would be glad to do that.
David, did you have a comment?
No, that's exactly what I was going to request, is that each board member have an opportunity to see
Fair enough.
The folks who were nominated, what the recommendations were, the rationale, and then provide comment to the board chair and vice chair.
Excellent.
Bill's going to tell you how we can do this correctly.
The comments really should go back to David.
Okay, that's great.
As opposed to directly to you or to the vice chair. Okay.
Okay. That makes sense.
In fact, in fact, Linda will be I'm assuming will be the clearinghouse kind of for that. Okay, and we won't have.
You probably need to stay there.
We won't have an issue if that goes out to the individual members and they respond to Linda. I mean, help me out here as far as just.
Should not be an issue.
Okay, very good.
So if our private and confidential comments are given to David, are they public record?
They would be.
Okay, so.
Just as if you were selecting the members today for this committee, that discussion would be held here in the open.
So how do I make a private and confidential comment that becomes aware of the board chair? Pick up the phone and call the board chair individually?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand.
There's a name on there that I think is not suitable to serve. How do I express that?
If that were the case, and you don't want your comment to be public, a communication to Linda, for example, by telephone would be one way to address that. Or communication to the chair, because there's no quorum implicated at that point.
Mm-hmm. John?
Doctor, explain to me, you're contacting people, and what are you saying to them?
Well, they've been nominated for the committee, and that.
And you're saying, would you allow your name to be put forward?
Correct.
All right. So you're not asking people to be on the committee?
Well, we're asking if they'd be willing to be on the committee, but they understand that it has to be approved by the board.
And you got...
Go back through the process, though, as to how these people have...
Okay, so we sent out a letter on December 9th to the institutions, to the business community, requesting nominations, the caveat being that no one be currently serving as an administrator at a public or private institution, or they currently be serving as a regent or a trustee. A similar correspondence went out to the business community requesting individuals. In some cases, we received nominees who were from the business community, but had in fact served as a regent or a trustee. We looked at
Chambers of Commerce as well, when you say business community?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's an important inclusion. In fact, our response from the business community was greater initially than from higher education. We had more nominees initially from that sector. And then you need to look at them to see, number one, we did receive nominees who were currently administrators. We did receive some that live 1,500 miles away, and we didn't know that until we contacted them. And I think who nominated them didn't know that they lived in Washington or California or other places doing other things now. But we sat down and we looked at some of the criteria in terms of representing all groups, trying to make sure that we had community college folks, university people, that we had regions represented, that we...
Excuse me, when you say we, it's you and...
The commissioner and Susan Brown and just internal staff, but we knew that we needed to share them with the board. But that's something we would typically do, is make the first cut. We did identify some gaps where we thought we needed to identify some additional people, such as women we didn't have women, but I think one woman nominee. We had very few nominees in some other areas, and so we needed to identify some additional folks to fit that. And so sort of the typical process that we would go through in doing this. But again, the board has to make the final approval. And so there's still a couple areas where we think we're a little deficient in terms of some representation. We want to put that together before it's a final piece. You may have some changes you'd like to make, but
the chair, the vice chair be authorized by the board to make the final decision. I think that's the motion, that's the issue before us.
Yes.
And the chair has offered to present that information to board members prior to making that final decision. But I would like to present that motion at this time, if it's allowable.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, great. Thank you, David. Susan.
thank you.
All right, agenda item 7E is an update on the Rand Community College Baccalaureate Study and addressing the state's projected workforce needs for training and education. Senate Bill 414 and House Bill 1296, Texas Legislature regular session. Dr. Charles Goldman, senior economist at Rand Corporation, will provide an update to the board. Dr. Goldman, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks very much. My intention today is to give you just a 5-minute overview of the approach for the two studies that we're undertaking. And then with your permission, I will return at your April meeting and discuss some of the findings with you in greater detail. This work we're conducting in collaboration with the Texas Higher Education Policy Institute here. Next slide, please. As you mentioned, we are conducting two projects, both of which were requested by the legislature. Project on workforce planning, which was mandated by House Bill 1296 and is due to the legislature February 1, 2015. Next. Okay. The second project is looking at the feasibility of offering baccalaureate degrees at community colleges in Texas, mandated by Senate Bill 414. That report is due to the legislature August 1st of this year. Let me just review the objectives and the approach briefly of each study. So for the workforce model project, we're looking at developing a model to better estimate gaps in the Texas workforce with the goal of identifying fields and regions where workforce needs are not being met, and recommending how this modeling can be used to inform post-secondary policy, for instance, expansion of degree offerings in the state. What we've done so far is we've identified the needs that Texas has to plan for degree programs. We've proposed a general process based on the coordinating board's current process for degree program approval. And we've begun to explore options for quantitative modeling, and we have a general approach in mind. What we will be doing is developing the quantitative approach further and then transferring that technology to the coordinating board because the coordinating board staff will operate that in the future. We also recognize that statistical data is, generally speaking, unlikely to tell us the full story about workforce needs, that a lot of the interesting information is really in the operation of employers and other observers of the workforce. And so what we're doing in the project is we're trying to identify useful and feasible approaches that the coordinating board can use to collect that information in a systematic way. Because obviously there's a challenge in that a lot of people out there in the workforce, and we don't have time and resources to engage every one of them. And then finally, we plan to end the project by developing a process guide that will show how both statistical data and qualitative data can be used to make decisions about the future programs in Texas. The second study is the study of community college baccalaureates. And the objective of this study is to develop a process that will analyze both statewide and regional needs for bachelor's degrees in nursing and applied science fields, which are the two areas that the legislature specified, to a process that determines what are the best providers, whether they are four-year institutions, two-year institutions, some kind of partnership between them. And then if it turns out that community colleges are an appropriate provider, additional information about criteria that should be used to inform the authorization of specific community colleges in specific fields. As I said, the project aims to develop a process, so we're conducting it in 3 steps. We first developed an initial decision-making framework, which is parallel to the decision-making framework that we're proposing in the larger workforce modeling project. We are right now in the process of pilot testing that process in 4 regions of the state and in 4 fields of study. We recognize there are many possible fields of study. In this project, we couldn't undertake every possible field of study, so we selected a range, nursing and 3 of the applied science fields. And then once we finish our field work, we will refine the process based on our pilot experiences and document the entire project. In this project, we're using multiple methods. We're using quantitative projections to try to estimate supply and demand. We're using interviews with employers, with other professional leaders, for instance, with the Texas Board of Nursing. with the accreditors, who obviously have a great deal of influence over degree granting authority, and with 2-year, 4-year institutions, including some private, mostly public, but including some private 4-year institutions. And then we're also reviewing the experiences in the general literature, and we're planning to look in particular at the experiences in Florida and in Washington State, both of which have expanded the authority of their community colleges to offer these degrees. So we want to learn what we can from them. As I mentioned, we're piloting our process in 4 regions, and we chose geographically distinct regions, which you can see on the map here. So the Houston and Gulf Coast region, the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, and then 2 more rural regions, the far South Texas and the West Central region. Let me just leave you with a preview of upcoming events. So on the Community College Baccalaureate Study, we conducted an initial introductory webinar in November, and we've received some good feedback on it, which is available. It's archived online on the Coordinating Board website. And we have told the stakeholders that we will offer another webinar in March with preliminary findings from the study to give them a chance to see what we've learned and have input into the report. We're intending to produce a draft report after that webinar to come back to you in April and present the preliminary report at that time to allow ample time for the stakeholders to comment and then to finalize the report in July in time for the deadline for the legislature. On the workforce modeling, we're planning for draft report in July, and again, opportunity for stakeholders to comment and have input, and then finalizing that report in September. So I want to thank you for your attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Members, any questions for Dr. Goldman?
I just want to make sure that as we go through this process that we focus, and I'm not questioning you as to whether or not that's what you're going to do and are intend to do, but I just want to make sure that we reiterate, or at least I'm going to reiterate, that the focus needs to be on what's best for serving the citizens of Texas, because I've been around this long enough to know that we can get some politics involved in this situation, and I hope that we can keep that out and focus on really, really what's best for our citizens. You know, we've got some ADN programs and what happens is if we allow certain community colleges to offer baccalaureate programs, then we'll have other ADN programs at other community colleges who want to say, well, why can't we offer them? So, you know, you really got a potential here to really create some discord if we're really not careful about maintaining our real focus. Are you sensitive to that?
Yes, we are sensitive. We are aware that there are quite strong feelings on this issue. And, you know, our role is to be objective, is to analyze evidence and to show you what the implications of that evidence are, and then it's your role to make decisions based on that information.
Will you be giving us any other update on the workforce study in April, or not at all at that point? That too early?
We don't have a very specific plan in mind, but we're certainly open to doing that depending upon where we are.
I know there's lots of interest, obviously, in both of these, but keeping us updated might be of value as we're kind of going along the path. I know its date is later.
Yes.
The other one will be right in April. But I think that might be of value if that's possible. Just a brief update on that. And we will, if there are any other questions from the members?
Well, I just want to make one more point where, you know, that I've been around nursing long enough to know that, you know, there has been, and I know this, a concerted effort on the part of certain segments within the nursing profession to make the ADN entry level into the profession. Now, that really is not part of what our decision should involve. Our decision, again, should be strictly focused on, and I'm repeating myself, I know, is what's in the best interest of Texans. And as in terms of the internal squabbles within the profession of nursing, that's not something I think we need to get into our boardroom. And you've assured me you're sensitive to that.
Yes, we are. We're speaking to. We've already spoken to the chief nursing officers at several of the largest hospitals in the Gulf Coast region and in the DFW Metroplex. And we've asked them specifically about their hiring, where they see the field going. And we'll be doing the same thing in the other two regions of the state. And when we come back in April, I'll give you a summary of what we've heard from them and other evidence on the field.
What I'm concerned about, Mr. Chairman, is that this could end up being a real squabble within our boardroom. I mean, if we don't really handle this the right way. But
at the end of the day, this study is mandated by Senate Bill 414 and House Bill 1296. So
yes,
the study has to be done.
I'm not saying it shouldn't be done.
And I think Rand is probably the top of the heap in making these. So politics aside, Dennis, we need to look at the report first.
Well, I firmly agree.
Right. Dr. Goldman, thank you for being here. We'll look forward to seeing you in April.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, agenda item 7F is a report on facilities projects that were submitted to the coordinating board. Susan Brown, Assistant Commissioner, Planning and Accountability, will provide background information on this item. She hustles up. Susan.
Hello. As you know, SB 215 shifted the authority for the approval of projects to the regents. What you'll see is here are some approved projects. These were actually submitted before the September 1, and so they did actually go through an approval process. And then you'll see there's only one that we've gotten since then, and it was reviewed. And so that's why you'll see that difference this time. In the future, they'll all be just reviewed projects. And we will provide you, we are starting on the process of negotiated rulemaking for facilities, so you'll be hearing more about that. Hopefully we'll get some agreement, and that will come to the committee in March.
Okay.
So if there's any other questions, I can answer them.
Any questions of Susan?
Doesn't require any formal action.
No action.
No action.
Information only. Great. Thank you, Susan. Agenda item 7G is proposed rules. Agenda items 7G 1 through 16 are on the consent calendar. Agenda item 7G 17 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to amendments to Chapter 22, Subchapter L, Sections 22.225 through 22.231, 22.234 through 22.236, 22.239, and 22.241 of board rules concerning the Toward Excellence Access and Success Grant Texas program, Senate Bill 215, 83rd Texas Legislature regular session. Dan Weaver, Assistant Commissioner, Business and Support Services, will provide background information on this item. Dan?
Good afternoon. I'll be brief. This was heard at the committee in December. There haven't been any changes to the rule or any other comments that have been submitted since that time. We did want to give the full board an opportunity to get the thumbnail sketch of the changes that were made for Texas Grant, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Essentially, Senate Bill 215, I'm sorry, do you have a...
No, I jumped the gun. Go ahead.
I'll come back to you. Senate Bill 215 made some pretty dramatic shifts on the Texas Grant program with relation to the two-year institutions and the four-year institutions. So they've bifurcated Texas Grant, so the community college students are going to get TEOG going forward, and the university students are going to get Texas Grant. and it provided a pathway for those transfer students that had been receiving TEOG to then get a Texas grant if they matriculate to a four-year institution. The logistics of making that happen are complicated because the statute and the rules are very, very prescriptive with regard to initial students and renewal students. So the language in and around what constitutes an initial award and what constitutes a renewal award, it took some time to get through the process of doing that. We had some excellent comments when we first posted the rules, to the point that we had to pull them off of the agenda in the September meeting. So we've been doing this for a number of months now, and I think we finally got it down. We've also incorporated the changes in HB 5 with regard to the foundation program for initial eligibility of the baseline Texas grant rules, so that's also incorporated in these particular rule changes. We did have some comments. There's UT Austin specifically had some very thoughtful and thorough comments about the relationship between the priority deadline, which is March 15th, that came about in the 82nd session, and how that interacts with the new rules for Texas grant. So we were able to capture those comments and revise the rule accordingly. I will stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, and hopefully you will move for approval.
Questions, Dan? John?
Move approval. Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Thank you, Dan.
Thanks.
Agenda items 7G 18 through 20 are on the consent calendar, and that brings us to agenda item 7H, which is the annual report on the operations of the College for All Texans Foundation for the year ending August 31st, 2013. Nina Wright, the Executive Director for College for All Texans Foundation and Senior Director of Development, Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, provide a brief presentation. Nina?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today. We have a memorandum of understanding between the College for All Texans Foundation and the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board that requires that once a year we report to you on what the activities of the foundation have been and provide to you an audit. So in your materials there is a copy of our audit. I apologize that it is not signed by the auditors. We just got it approved by our audit committee on Monday, and we haven't received that signed copy. But it is a clean audit, as has been the case in previous years. As for what the College for All Texans Foundation is and does, I know we have at least one new board member here today. We were established in 2001, and we're a 501c3 nonprofit. We're also a 509A Type 1, which is really interesting. All that means is that a majority of the board for the foundation is appointed by the coordinating board. So essentially the coordinating board owns the foundation and has control. I've given you a list of trustees. All of these trustees, many of these trustees have served as coordinating board members before. They all, as well as I, they and I are available to you for any questions that you might have about the foundation. The foundation operates with 3 part-time staff, and then we receive in-kind support from the coordinating board, which allows us to operate very efficiently in terms of our operating expenses. As you'll see, of our expenses in 2013, 92% went directly to program expenses, only 6% to administration. And as a matter of fact, of the 6% for administration, if you break down each salary separately, the audit was the most expensive part of administration. So they didn't point that out to us in the presentation, but it happens to be the case. Over the time since the foundation was established, we've raised over $18 million. We've done that for numerous kinds of activities. In the very beginning, it was the Education Go Get It campaign was legislatively started. That's evolved and now is the Generation Texas campaign. One of our primary focuses right now is Advise Texas, and I think you've heard about the advisors. And then we also respond to funders' interests. If we have funders who are interested in particular issues in higher education that are aligned with ours, then we respond with proposals for those. We support a lot of very exciting and some less exciting activities, but they're all very important. We don't do any of the work. Foundation doesn't do any of the work. The coordinating board does all of the work. So you will hear about all of these. I have some of them listed, but you'll hear about them from the staff that are responsible for their successes. At the end of your presentation, there's a list of the Advise Texas supporters. This is, as I said, a priority program for the foundation, and you can expect for us to be knocking on your door to ask you for help in raising support for Advise Texas. We're facing a critical year coming up for Advise Texas because the coordinating board lost the federal funding, the College Access Challenge Grant of $12 million a year, which in the past supported 2/3 the cost of Advise Texas. So if you see my number pop up on your phone, be sure and answer, grab your checkbook, and and help us make any contacts that you know of that can help us raise funds for that important program. And since I am the only thing between you and lunch, made that really fast.
Any questions?
Might point out the GenTex program was fully related to the award that we made earlier today. So we need to have a lot more of those kind of awards.
Yeah.
The comments.
The question I have is the auditor the same auditor that we've consistently had in the past?
Maxwell Lock and Ritter.
Or do we every once in a while change auditors?
Right. We engaged them 3 years ago. This year, we're with a new partner. So
you've changed
still the same
firm, but
a different partner, right?
And how many years consecutively have we had that same audit firm?
This is the 4th year that we've had them, I believe. I won't swear to that. I believe it's the 4th year.
Any other questions?
I'm looking at the draft, and it may be me, but I can't spot on here who exactly did this audit.
Maxwell Lock and Ritter.
I think that's when you actually get the final copy where it says sincerely, you need to make sure the board members receive that finalized.
I was hoping it would get here before this meeting, but it didn't, so maybe I'll have it for you before the end of the day.
Great.
Did they do a management letter in connection with the audit?
Yes.
And what did that show?
There were no deficiencies noted. I can provide you a copy of that as well.
Thank you.
If you'd like.
All right. Nina, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Chairman, that concludes this section of the meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Bobby.
Sir. Good job.
I tell you what, why don't we take a half hour or so for lunch? Is that acceptable? David, would you please make the proper motions as to when we're supposed to be back here?
I show it 20 minutes to the hour, so I move that we take a recess and reconvene at 10 minutes after the hour.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? All the Higher Education Coordinating Board back in session. Next item on our agenda is matters relating to academic and workforce success, chaired by none other than Janelle Shepard.
Thank you.
Shepherd.
Yes. To begin with, the committee chair's overview. We have the Division of P through 16 initiative is currently involved in two major efforts, the Texas Success Initiative and the operational plan presentations across the state. So the coordinating board will hold regional meetings across the state to gather input from stakeholders on a newly proposed Texas Success Initiative operational plan that provides recommendations and guidelines for institutions of higher education to address the newly identified group of students testing at the adult basic education skill levels. The coordinating board staff held a statewide webinar on December 17th to initially present the proposed plan. Regional meetings are scheduled for January 13th through the 26th of February in Amarillo, Midland, Fort Worth, El Paso, McAllen, Houston, Killeen, San Antonio, and Tyler. Specific times and locations are posted on the coordinating board website, and the link is being posted on our screen. During the regional meetings, the coordinating board staff will present the most recent version of the proposed plan, followed by a discussion and comment session. In addition, stakeholders can provide online feedback through February 28th at the website now posted on our screen. It's coming. The second item is financial air telethons will be co-sponsored by the Division of P through 16 initiatives with Texas Guaranteed. So the 2014 College Access and Affordability Telethons will be broadcast through February in observance of February as Financial Aid Month. The collaborative efforts of the Coordinating Board and Texas Guaranteed provide thousands of students and families with information critical to embark on or continue their higher education journey. Volunteers will answer the phones at the Financial Aid Information Center located at their headquarters in Round Rock, Texas. The telethons will be broadcast in 7 markets on 7 dates in February. The 7 markets include Lubbock, Beaumont, Tyler, Longview, Dallas-Fort Worth, San Antonio, Houston, and the Rio Grande Valley. Reporters broadcast live during their station's afternoon and evening newscast. Moving ahead, there is no public testimony that has been registered for this committee or the meeting today. Item 9C was on earlier recognized, so we'll go to agenda item 9D through F, which were on the consent calendar. Item 9G is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the board relating to issuance of a request for applications and the awarding of the grants for early college high schools designed specifically for career and technical education. So members, this is a revised agenda item. In September, we voted on the awarding between 1 to 5 grants to community colleges for the planning of early college high schools with a career and technical education focus. After further discussion, staff would like to invite public post-secondary institutions to submit a proposal under a request for application to receive these Perkins Reserve grants for the development and implementation of up to 5 CTE early college high schools. And Rex is going to explain. Thank you.
I will attempt to. Most early college high schools in Texas thus far have been focused on academics and the idea of students graduating with a high school diploma and an associate of arts or science and then transferring to a 4-year institution and completing a baccalaureate degree. And what we're looking for in this request for proposals is to have 1 to 5, at least, or up to 5 community colleges agree to provide an early college high school with a career and technical education focus, so that a student would graduate with a high school diploma and then hopefully an associate of applied science degree. And the money primarily would probably be used for planning, implementation of this, and particularly with career and technical education. Oftentimes there are some significant startup costs in terms of equipment and labs and that kind of thing. And we will use $1 million from Perkins Reserve for this coming year. The Texas Workforce Commission is looking at contributing $1 million to the endeavor, and we plan to have at least $3 million to spend over the next 2 to 3 years for colleges to participate in this.
Members, you have any questions?
Have we had some input from TSTC with regard to what this is going to do? I mean, I can potentially see a little bit of concern on their part if community colleges move more into technical education.
Well, most community colleges are already involved in technical education in some respects, and what I would expect is that the community colleges will probably not create new technical programs, but they will take what they already have and apply that to an early college high school model.
Ms. Shepherd, are you making the motion, or do you want one of us? I mean, our chairman, do you want one of us to do it?
So move.
Okay, I second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Items 9H and J were on consent. 9K is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board to authorize the Commissioner of Higher Education to submit the 2013 report on the National Research University Fund to the Comptroller and Legislature. Rex. Was it on the consent? It's on mine.
K, not on the consent.
No, not on. I don't think so. Rex, you have that.
I move approval.
Yes.
I second.
Any questions, discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. 9L, 1 and 2 are on consent. 9L3 is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the board relating to proposed new sections to Chapter 1, Subchapter Q, Section 1.199 to 1.205 of Board Rules concerning the establishment of the Community and Technical College Leadership Council. So, members, we did not discuss or vote on these rules at in the September cause meeting. The comment period for this proposed rule change ended January 6th. So, yes.
If you have any questions, I'm going to let Gary Tomlin, who has worked closely with that particular council, answer any questions you might have.
So no comments received, right?
Correct.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor? Discussion.
Is there anything in particular that you'd like to tell us about this that we can't get from the information that the stakeholders or public would like to know about?
Well, this council was put, or the leadership council was put together partially in response to Rider 53, which we're bringing the task force report, a couple of items on down in the agenda. But this committee is a leadership council that meets with the commissioner. It's 6 presidents and 6 trustees from community and technical colleges, and ultimately the council will provide feedback and report to y'all on an annual basis, and so that's kind of what the committee does.
Other questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 9L4 is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the board relating to proposed amendments to Chapter 7, degree granting colleges and universities other than Texas public institutions, sections 7.315, 7.83, K through L, Certification Advisory Council. So, members, we did not discuss or vote on these rules at the September cause meeting. The comment period for these rules ended on January 13th. Discussion?
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 9L5 is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the board relating to proposed amendments, Chapter 14, Research Funding Program, Section 14.13, and the repeal of Section 14.71, Advisory Committee on Research Programs. We did not discuss or vote on these rules in September. The comment period for these rules ended January 13th. Rex, any comments or thoughts?
Both of these items, the one you just voted on and this item, and I believe the next item, really involve sort of a technicality, if you will, in terms of moving the rules that apply to these advisory bodies to Chapter 1 from Chapter 7.
We have a motion?
Second that.
And a second?
Question. In our materials, it said there was no comments received as of January 6th. Were additional comments received?
I don't believe so.
It didn't close till the 13th?
No
Okay.
comments.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 9M is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the appointment and reappointment of members to the Advisory Committee on Research Programs. Rex.
And if I'd actually like to ask Reinhold, if he's in the audience, to come up and address this one. He's the one who deals primarily with the Norman Hackerman Advanced Research Program, otherwise finally known as NHARP.
I'm Reinhold Cornelius. I'm staff with Workforce Academic Affairs and Division. Yes, ACOR has up to 12 members as membership, and they're all distinguished members from the fields of research. They represent people from the various research fields that the Norman Hackerman Advanced Research Program covers. And there are two new members which we propose for you to appoint. That's Dr. San Francisco from Texas Tech and Dr. Mockford from Texas A&M System. And then we have a couple reappointments, and those are Drs. Bowling, Ozoigueda, and Sila Masters. And these members are appointed for 3-year terms but can be reappointed, and most of them are reappointed for a longer time to get consistency on the committee.
How many times can they be reappointed?
There is no set limit.
No limit?
Yes.
Sir, would you repeat the names?
They're right here.
Now on the white page following the blue page, Dr. San Francisco and Dr. Mockford, the last two listed, are new appointments.
Here's all of it.
And Dr. Bowling, Ozoigueda, and Sila Masters are reappointments.
So I'm assuming that I see we have geographic balance, but do we also have the disciplines covered, the various disciplines within the research community?
Yes, we have both the disciplines and industry and academia covered. Some of the members, as you can see, are representing industry. We have the engineering side, the bio side, the biomedical side, and the sciences too, the other sciences, life and physical sciences.
And does one of these individuals currently serve? Oh, I guess you have it listed there.
Dr. Curl is the chair, and Dr. Sila Masters is vice chair.
And was the chair consulted about reappointing the 3 current members for another term?
We asked the members individually if they wanted to be.
And all 3 said they would enjoy serving another term?
Yes.
Okay. So what has been their term of service? When were these 3 doctors appointed originally? Do you have an idea on that? I don't see that in the materials.
When they were originally appointed?
Yeah, how long have they already served?
3-year term. I don't have the data with me. It has been a few years, yes.
So the appointment is a 3-year term?
The appointment is always for 3 years. But they have been appointed for more than one term, several terms, yes.
Okay. So this comes as a staff recommendation to reappoint these 3 and then appoint the other 2 new ones?
That's correct. And the times vary because we have staggered slots, if you will, of 3 years, and so that's why they're not equal.
I move approval.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. 9N was on the consent calendar. 9O, report on proposals approved by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the previous board meeting. Members, this is an information item only, but I want to point out that this information is included in our materials at every board meeting, and this list represents the staff work that's happened behind the scenes. Rex.
Yeah, just a couple of quick things about the work of the Workforce, Academic Affairs, and Research Division of the agency. In the last quarter, we received 15 proposals for bachelor's degrees, 4 proposals for master's, and 4 proposals for doctorate degrees. And we approved 13 bachelor's, 5 master's, and 13 bachelor's and 5 masters. And we're close to approving a couple of doctoral programs. All of those go through sometimes a fairly lengthy vetting process, but also the staff has been very busy with the approval of the new core curriculums that have come in, and all of them have finally been submitted, and we're on track to have all of them approved and actually uploaded to a website by March the 1st of this year. So, and that represents a lot of work on the part of the institutions that put those together and submitted them, and then represents a lot of work on the part of the staff who've been vetting those things through now 3 different layers of approval. And during that time period, the academic course guide manual was revised, and we've also just finished a revision of the guidelines for instructional programs of workforce education that is going out to the field and for comment pretty soon as well. So, thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Rex, I just had a question on what's the break point on when the board looks at and approves a degree program?
Are you talking about length of time?
No, I mean, is it cost? Is it cost related as to whether a new program is costly? Is it?
Well, there are a lot of factors that go into that decision. Some of it revolves around cost and the institution's ability to pay for the program, or to at least raise the funds to pay for the program. A lot of it revolves around need. So it's also looked at the number of degrees they intend to produce, and then whether there is also the market for those degrees out there. And I'll let Stacy can add to that if she.
Good afternoon. So proposals that are required to be reviewed by you include any doctoral proposal. The commissioner does have the authority to approve a limited number of doctoral degrees if there is an institution that already offers a doctoral program in a specific area, and this is maybe in addition to something very similar in that field. But that's a rare occasion because we want you all to take a look at it. Additionally, any engineering degree program will come your way, including bachelor's and master's degree programs in engineering, and any proposal for a new degree that exceeds $2 million in the first 5 years. So those will all come to you as well.
Okay. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Dr. Tesher.
So, Rex, I think you used the word about a lot of time and effort that the institutions and staff have put into this. Since ultimately we're the fiduciary here, the board is, it would be helpful if we could have more detail on these reports, maybe just 2 or 3 paragraphs, maybe some parameters of what was the original intent of the institution, what was the need, what do they already have for resources, what was the staff's recommendation, what was changed. You know, those type of things where I could actually read through each of these that you're recommending approval on, maybe in a little bit more detail, a little more rich content. I understand, and I'm not trying to second guess any of these are good decisions, and I'm sure the staff put a lot of effort into working with the institutions on this, but sometimes it would be helpful for us to know what they were doing. And the other is, it would also be helpful to have a sunset report. I'd like to know what programs that the institutions are shedding in lieu of gaining new ones. We have a tendency to be able to add programs, and getting rid of programs that are not as functional, I think, is a laudable goal for our institutions. We should encourage them, and I, as a board member, would like to know what they're doing about being efficient with the taxpayers' dollars.
Okay. All right, sir.
And I move approval.
This was
I guess I don't get to do that. No action is required.
this was information only, and really, when we do have courses brought to us, we do have that report in detail. Any other questions?
Yes, I have a question. So you're showing a number of things that were approved. What about the things that you reject?
Well, I asked for, I didn't ask for that information this morning.
No. Stacy has.
To be honest with you.
And now, listen, I'm new to all this, so maybe it's an off-the-wall question, but we're looking at a number of things that were approved. In this same period of time, did you reject some things?
We actually try and work extensively with our institutions when we see something that is clearly problematic. We have a method for the institutions to go ahead and withdraw a proposal so that we don't officially deny it. We actually work with them to either make it better or help them rethink it and recraft it in some way. So,
do you have a list of the withdrawn applications?
We do, and we also have a list of anything that we've denied as well officially, because we have a few of those.
Could you just send that to the individual board members?
Yes.
We can include that in the report.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Absolutely. David just mentioned to me we also have information related to when proposals are submitted and when we need to get them through. As you all may recall, House Bill or Senate Bill 215 requires us to get a proposal in and through within a year, or it's automatically approved. So we are very cognizant of timelines, and we'll be happy to share that information with you.
So since we have that new statutory responsibility, a dashboard of all applications may be warranted, i.e. date of submission, where it's at in the process, or literally at every board meeting we just see that in our packet. We just see where everything is, because we're going to be ultimately responsible to the legislature to say we got all those handled within the 1 year period.
Absolutely.
It's on our webpage.
Yes, it is. We have all the pending proposals.
Maybe staff just send us a link there. Sometimes I have a hard time finding things.
Yeah, it's there, and we update it weekly.
We do. We monitor that very closely.
Yeah. So it gets monitored very carefully.
I don't need a paper report if it's on.
No. Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the business of the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success.
Okay. Next item is number 10, matters relating to the task force on community and technical colleges. Dennis Golden is the chair of this task force and will give a brief update on their work. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board members, you have provided for your review and consideration a copy of the report, Task Force and Community College Technical Colleges Final Report, which details the activities of the Task Force on Community and Technical Colleges, and it summarizes the findings of the task force. Dr. Gary Tumbleton will present the report and answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Golden. Good afternoon. I'm going to provide a little bit of background information of how the task force came about, then I'll kind of detail the report a little bit. In 2011, the 82nd Texas Legislature passed Rider 53, which directed the coordinating board to hire a national-level consultant to provide the legislative budget board and the governor with a blueprint to establish a statewide system for administration of public community colleges by no later than June 2012. The coordinating board hired the National Center for Higher Education Management Systems, often referred to as NCHMS, to address this directive. The study, called A Blueprint for a Texas Community College System, stated that a new agency should be created to perform the expected functions of a state system for public community colleges. In response to the study, then Coordinating Board Chairman Heldenfeld appointed the Task Force on Community Technical Colleges in July 2012. The task force was chaired by Dr. Dennis Golden. The purposes of the task force were to bring a more concentrated focus on issues related to two-year colleges and to improve communication with the community technical college sector. The initial task force meeting was held on October 4th, 2012. Presidents, chancellors, governing board members from Texas community and technical colleges were invited to attend. Dr. Golden explained to meeting participants that the task force meeting was designed to provide an opportunity for representatives of the community technical colleges to express their concerns directly to members of the coordinating board. Coordinating board leadership explained the steps had already been undertaken in conjunction with community college officials to address the legislative concerns that served as the impetus for Rider 53. These steps included the plans to develop a new committee composed of community technical college presidents and governing board members. We spoke about this a couple of minutes ago. Also, the creation of a new position, Deputy Assistant Commissioner for Community Technical Colleges. And then lastly, the identification of college liaisons at each community and technical college to serve as a communication point for between the coordinating board and all the community and technical colleges. Collectively, these efforts address the issues cited in the NCHM report and served as an alternative approach to addressing the intent of Rider 53. Additionally, the task force members explained to attendees that the coordinating board was soliciting feedback from two-year colleges on what further steps, if any, would be needed to sufficiently address the issues cited in the NCHMS report. The second meeting of the task force was hosted by San Jacinto College Central Campus on November 1, 2012. Attendees were briefed on the alternative steps that I outlined previously. And in essence, at that meeting, the message of the day was the importance of enhancing communication and collaboration among all stakeholders. Reflecting the tone of the meeting and the need to work together, one college president stated that the important part is to move forward and focus on communication. At the conclusion of the second task force meeting and based on input from community and technical colleges, it was clear that the charge of the task force to recommend an alternative plan to Rider 53 had been addressed. After the second task force meeting, the task force refocused its purpose and launched a statewide community and technical college listening tour. The purpose of the listening tour was to seek input from community technical colleges with a focus on learning more about best practices for increasing student success, understanding the challenges faced by two-year colleges, and receiving feedback on state priorities and initiatives that directly impact two-year colleges. The task force listening tour began in January 2013 and concluded in September 2013. There were a total of 5 listening meetings. They were hosted by Panola, McLennan, Tarrant, Del Mar, and Amarillo colleges. The meetings provided an opportunity for task force members to meet community and technical leaders, tour program facilities, and engage in conversations that address the concerns that impact community and technical colleges at the local level. Meeting participants were appreciative of the task force efforts and thanked the members for traveling to the corners of the state to engage in conversations on the local level. The report summarizes the activities of the listening tour and makes recommendations to the board. The recommendations outlined in the report focus on strengthening communication, seeking stakeholder feedback on initiatives that impact two-year colleges, promoting student success programs, fostering a strong cohesive effort between the coordinating board, the Texas Association of Community Colleges, and the Community College Association of Texas Trustees, studying alternative funding strategies for our taxing districts versus service area, and promoting workforce training in STEM careers. That concludes my report. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions, comments? Well, members, I want to thank Dennis for his hard work as well. We had two board members, two previous board members, Durga Agwalda and Munir Lalani, that also served with Dennis. And I came to find out just how deeply to this task force that Dennis was committed when he gave out his personal cell phone to every stakeholder at every meeting. Now that's true dedication, Dennis. And I know you've received any number of calls.
Still am.
But
that was a mistake.
But seriously, although the task force has completed its work, we as a board will continue to work closely with our institutions of higher education and strengthen our communication and collaboration with them. I just can't emphasize how significant and important our community and technical colleges are for the future of the young men and women of Texas. So, Dennis, I want to thank you again for your efforts and your hard work, and I'm sure through more collaboration and communication with community colleges that we're going to see things improve dramatically. Okay, next item, agenda item is number 11, matters relating to the Agency Operations Committee. This committee is chaired by Chris Huckabee. Chris is not here, so Bobby, you're in the hot seat again.
I'll try and fill in for Chris. Agenda item 11A is the committee chair's overview. So during the Deputy Commissioner's report to our committee, the following reports were provided to the Agency Operations Committee. The reports included a quarterly financial report, and this is a standing report that is presented at each Agency Operations Committee meeting. The committee also received reports from Mark Pale, Director of Internal Audits and Compliance. Mark presented the results of internal audits and compliance reviews, as well as the results of an audit by the state auditor. Dan Weaver provided an update on the loan management system solicitation as well. Agenda item 11B is public testimony relating to the agency operations, and we have received no comments. And so, agenda item 11C is an update on the agency strategic planning. Dr. Alonzo and Elaine Lang will present this item. This agenda item is for informational and does not require any board action. Dr. Alonzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief. I understand that I am the only thing that is between you and that final gavel, so I will be considerate of that. If you recall, at the December 12th board retreat, we spent considerable time with the board going over what we had developed, what staff had developed at that time as far as our strategic plan. And you asked that we bring you back an update at the January board meeting, which is why we're here. We have several slides. You have copies of those. I don't intend to go over each one of those in detail, so I'm going to go over the highlights. One of the things that I think is important to note before I go to the first slide is that it's important to distinguish between, because there's been a lot of talk about both, between this strategic plan, what is called the agency strategic plan, and the plan for higher ed, which is about to come to a close, and you have been discussing the appointment of new members to develop the next one. This one here is statutorily required of all state agencies. It is a 5-year plan due that covers the last year of the biennium, in this case FY15, plus 4 more years. So this will take us through FY19. It is updated every 2 years in even number years. On this slide here, again, just as a quick reminder, this plan or the reworking of the plan, we've always done one, but the reworking of the plan comes as a result of several sunset recommendations. First, they said the agency needs to balance the long-range plan that you have been working on and that you have heard quite a bit about with the agency operations in the required strategic plan. Second recommendation was that they said you should involve staff in the development of the next strategic plan. And may I say that we recognized early on that not only staff should be involved, but the board as well, which is why we came to you at the December board retreat. And we did engage, we had what we call a core team and an expanded strategic planning team that have each one devoted one full day to the development of the plan to get us to where we are now. And of course, the sunset recommendation said, besides paying attention to the elements of closing the gaps, which of course are very important, you also need to lay out your agency-specific goals, objectives, and outcomes, which we feel that once we get through this process, we would have addressed the recommendations of the sunset. This is a quick visual. I chose this visual because, in my mind, this depicts what strategic planning should be. It is never ending. It continues. It should continue. It should always be reviewed, and we should always be cognizant of the fact that we need to update as necessary. The next few slides are the ones that I refer to that I will not be covering in detail. But again, as a reminder, we developed the agency mission, vision statement, which is the next one, and our value statements. And if you recall, you had quite a few suggestions for us at the board retreat. We took those to heart. That was on December 12th. We worked on them immediately after the retreat, and in fact, it was my plan and it was my goal, and we met it, thanks to Elaine, to revise all of those and incorporate your comments, your suggestions, your recommendations, your directives, and get it back out to you before we left for the Christmas holidays so that you would have plenty of time to look at those. We heard back from several of you. We got some very positive comments about the revisions that we made. You asked us to share that with the staff, which we did, the staff that worked on it. And so we incorporated everything. We listened, we took very, very detailed notes, or at least Linda did, and she shared them with us. And we addressed, Elaine and I broke those down, and we went through every one in detail to say, okay, does our revised plan incorporate this suggestion and that recommendation and that feedback from the board? And we think that we met that. And in fact, we're sure that we did that. One of the significant changes was to our mission statement. If you will recall, we had a rather lengthy one. Rightly so, you suggested that our mission statement should be the so-called elevator speech that defines or that depicts what the agency is about. So we think that with this revised mission statement, very, very short, succinct, we can tell somebody when we get on the first floor what the agency is about by the time we get off on the third floor. Or maybe the fourth floor. Or if it's a fast elevator, maybe it might take to the fifth floor. But I think it does capture the elevator speech. Our vision statement, again, our vision statement, we incorporated your changes. Most notably that you wanted us to be visionary about being an international leader, not just a national leader. The value statements, you wanted us to, and that goes right before this one here, if you can go back one. The value statements, you wanted us to capture what the coordinating board holds near and dear to our heart, which we do, and in words that depict what we think is important. And so we came up with accountability, efficiency, collaboration, and excellence. And so again, you receive all of this, so this is why I'm not spending time going through every one of them, but to say that that's what we responded to. The goals, objectives, and strategies. This is the most detailed part of the plan. You had quite a bit feedback on that. Without going into all the detail, I think that I can safely say and with confidence say that we attempted to capture your feedback in all 4 goals. If we can just go to the last slide, Sharon. What is next? We are currently analyzing the results of the survey of employee engagement that the University of Texas that they do for state agencies, and we will incorporate that feedback into our strategic plan. We plan to have, as part of the recommendation that the Sunset came forth with, to have engagement of all of our staff and present this to our staff in what we are calling town hall meetings so that they can at least know where we're going. We're not developing this in a vacuum. It's not just Elaine and myself. It's obviously the board had plenty of input, and we plan to also communicate that as we develop that. We plan to align it, well, we will have to align our plan with the LBB instructions, which we right now anticipate will be coming out, well, we don't know, but we hope in mid-March. Incorporate anything that we might have missed or that they may have changed. If we think that if there are any changes to the instructions, that they will be minor, because we pretty much are on track to address what they normally require. And then we plan to bring, if history holds true, the plan will be due on or about July 6th, which obviously we don't have the luxury of bringing back to the July board meeting. So our plans are to come back to you at the April board meeting and either have you approve the plan, or if the instructions are not out yet, which is possible, that we give you what we have up to that, which is basically what you're getting now, and have you approve or authorize, rather, the chair and vice chair to approve the plan once the instructions come out from the LBB. Elaine, what did I miss?
You did a great job, Arturo. He caught everything. And we want to say, though we're sitting here today, it is really the core and expanded strategic planning teams that did the work. And we are incredibly grateful for their feedback as well as your feedback. And we really welcome your feedback this afternoon as well.
And that is a very important point. Excuse me, Mr.
I just wonder, how many people were on that team?
We had 10 people on the core team, and we had 10 people on the expanded team. So okay. 20 different individuals.
Great. Thank you.
And I think it's important for us to underscore that, because for those 20 people to take a day, 2 days off, complete days from their busy schedule to devote to working with us on this, I think it's notable. And I think it shows the engagement that the Sunset Commission was asking us to show.
Well, from my review, I don't know what the other board members' thoughts are, but I do agree that you've incorporated what was in our retreat. Have been very responsive. Any other comments from any of the other board members?
So I want to compliment you on the process, and I'm assuming that we're still in a position to make further comment on your latest draft here, right?
Full draft.
Yes.
Okay. So rather than tie up a bunch of time talking about that, I'll just deal with it directly with you.
That would be great, because as I mentioned, we will be bringing it back for final approval to the board.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, that includes the agency operations section of the agenda.
Point of information. I saw that there was an item yesterday's committee meeting. I could not get their VC, which is the state auditor's report. Is that going to be discussed at all, since it was just accepted, no action required, or is that going to be presented to us?
Audit reports are just presented. There's no action required. Mark did go over this yesterday. It was the state auditor's report on performance measures at the coordinating board.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if the minutes shouldn't reflect that the entire board received that report as well.
We could do that.
It just didn't just go to the AOC, it went to the entire board.
Sure.
So let the minutes reflect. Okay. Yes.
I have one final error. I omitted to state for the record that agenda item 9P and Q are on the consent calendar. I was instructed to correct that.
All right, we do need to backtrack to item number 10. We do need to accept and approve the task force on community and technical colleges. Is there a motion to? Any further discussion? If none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. That being said, that's the last item on our agenda, and we are adjourned.
I so move.